Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to Big Think Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games. Timer Chan will live.
Oh, thank God.
Chris Wolfhard.
Officer down.
And Dr. Aggro.
Baram you.
Here on GigaBoots. I want you to imagine Godzilla just tearing up the downtown. Okay. And someone there just going, yes, don't worry, Godzilla will live. That is what that announcement actually was just now.
Yes.
We had people concerned that Timer Chan wouldn't make it. I check in from the hotel and I'm like, what do you mean Timer Chan's at 18 hours? What do you mean?
This bitch is never dying.
It's gotten to the point, as I understand it, the Ninja Gaiden 2 stream from Pat Stairs that opens with him going, how does Timer Chan work? What? And I'm like, I don't like that. I don't want anyone talking about this horrible specter. I don't like this one
now, Dan, hear me out. Hear me out.
Uh-huh.
In September, when it's Timer Chan's second birthday,
you need to go.
You need to go. Okay, she's a toddler now. She requires twice as much food.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Hey, viewer. Let me just show you what the level I'm coming in at today is, because we were so concerned with the other elements. Bob, did you know I didn't even check if we have background removal on, let alone...
I'm so excited to see what this looks like.
This looks awesome! Wow! Well, hey, you can actually see
here.
You can see Yume Taro in the corner, so that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Look at you got a point though.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, look at Yume Taro. I got a Yume Taro plush signed by the composer of Gimmick. Magfest was fucking great.
It took me a while to spot that. I'm like, Dan, that's Princess Agari from the Night Sabers. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I like Dan and Bob. Like, it looks like Dan and Bob are on their webcams. Meanwhile, me and Aggro are on the streets of Britain waiting to kill Jack the Ripper.
Be careful, Chris. Jack the Ripper could be an enemy stand user.
Okay, there we go.
Statistically, probably is.
Probably. I would like to see an anime retell that and it not end up being a stand. I don't think that'll happen. Hi, what's
Am I the
up?
only one who watched that movie where H.G. Wells fought Jack the Ripper?
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
That's not
Yeah,
to say
I only know Record of Ragnarok, where he's one of the guys that they bring out to fight. He has to fight fucking Hercules.
I watched the season of Fate where they had her as a little girl, was Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, Jack the Ripper. I think she's real fucking weird in Fate. I think she's like
a compilation of the
unborn children of prostitutes or something, and she has like an obsession with wanting to go back to the womb because of that.
Mm-hmm. Something really weird like that.
That's fucked.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I forgot. I forget the nuances, but a similar thing is that in some fucking version of DC Comics, I forget specifically. It might be like the current continuity where it's like, yeah, all the Amazons are the spirits of women who died from domestic abuse. Like they get reincarnated as Amazons.
No, that's not. That.
No, they do it in a good way, I think.
Okay.
They do it in a way that has meaning.
Real quick, Chris. Do you still want Chris the Cough Wolfhard?
No, I still have a little bit of a cough, but like the actual.
Okay. That gives me much more room to work with typing in Aggro's name and getting this to fit. Thank God.
Since I brought up Wonder Woman, go read Absolute Wonder Woman. It whips ass. The Absolute DC Comics for these new series of comics is a new continuity. Entirely. So it's kind of like the DC's version of the Ultimate Universe.
Mm-hmm. You're not a Pizza Hut. You can't trick me into reading.
Absolute Wonder Woman is minor spoilers for this comic book. It's what if Wonder Woman was raised in hell by Cersei to fight eldritch beings?
Huh.
That could be cool.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
Absolute Batman is also pretty cool.
Absolute Wonder Woman have pants or no?
I don't. She first shows up like kitted out in like berserk armor.
Excuse me, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, she has pants. She's like all armored up.
That's better for him, actually. Just so we're clear.
I think her design's real cool.
So I've been wanting to go to MagFest for something like, at minimum, I think the actual number is closer to 16 years. But
Has it been running for 16 years? Jesus.
but at minimum, I know for a fact I wanted to go real bad 10 years ago. And then last year, and then every year in between, except for the ones that I wouldn't want to go to for obvious reasons. MagFest was really fucking cool. I got to meet a number of the viewers. I got to meet Zorro. That was awesome. Zorro, by the way, has done absolutely great art.
You can see it right now on screen, bobbing up and down.
right here. I realized we were so close. There was no way to point at you that didn't look like I was petting you.
Oh my god.
Because I'm like, I'm too scaled up and close to Chris. I can't point.
Don't be afraid, Dan. Don't be afraid of the closeness.
I'm gonna tell you right now. There's no way I'm not going to be afraid of the closeness. I'm fucking mortified. But yeah, no. It was fantastic. They have shit going on nonstop the entire festival. It was kind of so good. I'm scared to go to any other con, no matter how large now, because it'll just be disappointing. Because you have.
What about a convention where you actually play Mag?
That sounds like I'm running it, honestly, since
It does. It does sound like you'd be running.
I made that joke about MagFest where it's like it's a festival for people who love 256 player multiplayer games. So no, I don't want to go to that because I'm probably running it, and that sounds like a terrible time. Yeah, no, they have a DJ club room where it's just 2 floors, bartenders on top and bottom, so you don't have to keep climbing up and down the stairs and shit. And it was nonstop. It was like Siva Gunner, DJ Seahorse, all these different acts. And it was fucking great the whole time. But then they also had the main stage playing with it. But I have no strongest affinity or association with Transformers in the least. The Transformers band they had play was fucking incredible because they're suited up and everything. There are ridiculous effects to go along with it. The music was incredible. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm really into this. Is great. What the hell? I did not. Yeah, Cybertronic Spree, for anyone who's curious. This is my first time hearing them, and I'm like, this is fucking nuts. This is great. I expected Master Boot Record to be great because they literally have music videos composed of old microcomputer games and tech demos going on at the same time as they perform metal. Master Boot Record, fucking awesome. I did not expect to be that much into Cybertronic Spree. This was also the MagFest where they had Lotus Juice. For anyone who doesn't know Lotus Juice did like Persona 3 soundtrack. It's the rapper in that, and I believe Done Again and Reload and stuff. They're also known for other stuff, but
yeah, they did the coming through now JoJo song from season 1.
yes.
Okay.
Which I think was fucking a decade ago by now. If not
That's-
more.
It feels like that.
It's like, oh, that's like 3 years ago.
Oh no!
COVID was in the middle of that.
It's like how Resident Evil 4 is now over 20 years old.
No, it isn't.
It came out in
Resident
January
Evil 4.
2025.
I thought you said
or January
5.
2005.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't. But you know what? The day we can say Resident Evil 5 is over 20 years old will feel far worse for me.
We're getting close.
I know.
Like that's not.
Believe me,
it's not
I'm
even
aware.
that far.
I am aware. But yeah, no, it's really good. MagFest is really fucking good. It's weird. Every other convention, no matter how small I went to, I had a constant feeling of FOMO. Just like there's too much stuff going on. This had so many orders of magnitude more stuff going on. I was freed from the FOMO feeling. You literally just know that you're not going to be able to make it to most shit. And so you're free now. You just roll wherever you're going to go, and there's shit going constantly. For example, the last day, I believe, Sunday, they had a 7 a.m. Unicorn Overlord speed run that was 30 minutes long.
How do you manage that?
Don't know. I couldn't make it there though because I was at the club until 2:30. If I was staying at the which the convention center at National Harbor is absolutely massive. Like they have a dozen floors or more of just rooms for people to stay in, and then the bottom several floors are the convention center and all that shit. If I had a room there, I literally would have rolled out of bed 3 hours after I went to sleep. Watched that, went back up to my room and passed out again. It's just nonstop, and it was all really great. They also have they had a video game history room, which was really great because they had it. Hey, Aggro, you know how you and me and I believe Bob as well all owned the same Samsung CRT monitor back in 2005?
Uh-huh.
They had that there with an era-appropriate PC playing The Sims.
Oh, yeah.
They also had the Hot Wheels PC. They also had the MSX2 and a bunch of other retro video game consoles and retro video game things. They had the DS capture unit that eBay is still sending me emails about going, hey, bro, it's listed. It's only $1,200.
Yeah, it's easy. Just do it.
Just do it already. So it had 2 PVMs hooked up to it to do the top and bottom screen. Really awesome stuff. Really good stuff. But yeah, no, MagFest was fucking incredible, and everything else will be downhill from that moment. So if anyone's curious what arc of Dan we're in, it's the decline. That's where we're sitting on that. Legit though, DJ Seahorse, Spiff, I know you're watching. Can you do a shout out for Seahorse? DJ Seahorse had like the best fucking set, but Vector U and Theology. Oh, you already did? Thank you. Were also incredible. Like those were fucking amazing. And then weirdly enough, the last couple of things for Saturday night, I believe it was, were not even video game music DJ sets. It was just music DJ sets. And it was really weird to go from some of the hypest shit possible to that. Mm-hmm. Just like, wait a second, I haven't heard a video game song in over an hour. What the fuck's going on here? Which set caused the fire? I'm pretty sure Vector U. I'm not sure if I told anyone. One of the speakers started smoking in the middle of these sets. Vector U just like was pushing it that fucking hard. That was pretty great. The best part is when people, it starts spewing smoke and people like get out, but they don't actually get out. They just go downstairs. They're like, no, I'm staying in the club. I'm like, sure, a fire could start, but I'm downstairs now, so I'm safe.
Right? Like, as we all know, in a club situation, it is only the roof that is on fire.
Exactly correct. So if you're downstairs, you're fine. That's not even the same roof.
That's where all the smoke is going. Like, it's upstairs. It's not.
It goes up. It's not going down.
Right. No.
Come on now. Be reasonable. The drinks at the bars for the club were really good. They were expensive, but they weren't like... I've been to a lot of places and the bartender makes a drink and it's the weakest shit in the world. And you're like, why did I order this? This is just Coke. Like a rum and Coke, but it's just Coke. No, they were really good. And they were consummate professionals. It was a great time. Really great convention. Also, hey, Aggro, Chris, do you remember Prop Cycle? I believe it's called a gyrocopter arcade game from like 2003 or 4.
Yes.
That was there.
Vaguely.
Holy shit, that's the good stuff.
Yeah, their arcade room is absolutely fucking massive. They basically have 3 segments to the massive wing of this. I don't even know how to describe the size of it other than like a high school gymnasium isn't large enough. Mm-hmm. And that's for each section. So the arcade room is that, and then the marketplace is that. Which they had Star Salts had shirts there. Let me see if our shirt command still works. I think
Probably
I disabled it just so people wouldn't confuse our random shirts on random streams for that. But Star Salts was there selling their shirts. I only found out after the Persona Sava was there, and I was like, shit, fuck. And then they have a whole other chunk that's just consoles that are that. So that's set up for like your tournaments of, for example, the Sailor Moon fighting game made by Arc System Works on the Super Famicom had a tournament and Chair G Tables was in it. So I was watching that for one part. They had, what was it? The Super Nintendo, I think it's Endless Waltz. Gundam game.
Okay, yeah.
They had a tournament of that. That was fucking massive. They have tournaments going the whole fucking time with proper signups and shit. They did 2 Pokemon Puzzle League tournaments, but the signup was early enough both times where I'm like, no. You want me to be here to sign up for the tournament before noon for a tournament that's at 2:30 p.m. and I'm still up and it's 4 and I'm on the other side of the bridge because I wasn't even in that area. I was over in like DC area. Yeah, it's fucking incredible. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find a con as good. I'll have to maybe find out. Anyways, shout out to Past Dan who made the call to go to this no matter how bad Game of the Year was at that moment, because it turns out we wouldn't have been able to record that part of Game of the Year last week anyhow.
That's true.
Continues being right.
Dumb luck prevailed.
Yeah. Look, my intuition and perception stats are just massive. They're so massive. I can't even point out how I could tell, but I could tell.
The snow will lock aggro in his home. He will be sealed in ice.
Or out of his home, actually.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, last thing I wanted to talk about. The weirdest thing about the prop cycle thing is the controls were accidentally inverted. Somebody had wired it incorrectly. So you're pulling on the thing to go down and you're pushing to go up, which is cursed. Absolutely cursed. That's a nightmare. Yeah, aside from that, I played, and it doesn't come up on the channel too often, Sega Sonic the Hedgehog, which is something I've been wanting to play for years, but you can't really do MAME emulation for the reason of you need a roller ball. It is a Sonic the Hedgehog.
This guy calls himself a retro gamer. He doesn't have a rollerball controller.
The entire point of this game.
How you gonna play Marble Madness, Dan?
Well, I'm gonna get a rollerball, and then I'm gonna do that. That's what I'm gonna do. Hook it up to the Mister. That's what I'm gonna do. One day I'll get there. Sega Sonic the Hedgehog is an isometric Sonic game where you play as Sonic, Mighty, and Ray. This is their initial games that they're from. This is the game.
Oh, do you mean Craig and Steve?
Dale, thank you. Craig and Dale. And you have to, I need you to imagine, when you move in a normal fucking video game, you push a button and your character goes in that direction. Here, the momentum of the ball spinning is translated 100%. So when you spin it, they move 3 feet maybe.
Oh my God.
Then they stop. So my arm was really sore after the first day of MagFest because of fist pumping at a fucking concert and Sega Sonic the Hedgehog literally being me doing this for 30 minutes. And the ending sequence is timed, so we blew up and died. And then it's just like, game over, you're dead. It's over. Like, fuck you, game. Saw someone else doing that shit. And I was like, are they going to make it? No, of course they're not going to make it because this is a bullshit fucking way too hard video game. Yeah, no, that was fun. I'm glad I got that off my bucket list because you just don't understand until you're trying to do it with a rollerball. It's literally not. That's not the same. And you might have a rollerball that's weighted to keep moving or greased to keep moving in a way that's way too nice. That's not what they designed it for.
Yeah,
they designed it
taking quarters.
They designed it to murder you non-fucking stop. I think that's it. Oh. First time I flew. Aggro, have yes, you've flown.
Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, I've flown a bunch of times.
Bob?
Maybe once ever, but I can't remember because I was so young.
Okay, so technically that also applies to me, but it was literally when I was like 1. Because I had to get my ass to England real quick, so that way they could be like, mad cow happened while you were in our country. You can now never donate any organs or blood. Nothing. Ever. But ever since, no, I've never flown. That is mortifying. I spent every moment in absolute terror. And I tried to solve this by playing Spanky's Quest. And because of mild, not even what they would use to describe it, turbulence, They would not use that word because apparently that was just normal. I took some dumb hits and I just barely fucked up a 1cc run. And then I didn't have enough time to finish it. So I put away my analog pocket. On the flight back, after a little bit of fucking around and stuff, it's a very short flight. It's like an hour and a half. I pull out my analog pocket and I decide to play Mega Man 2 on Game Boy. And I get all the way to the end of the game. And then I get through Wily's first 2 phases. And on the third, the second phase ends. And Wily moves off screen. And he never returns in the game soft lock. So I am not allowed to beat a video game on a flight. It's the current meme until I disprove this.
Right. Well, I'm sure if you ever take a flight that's longer than an hour and a half, you'll be fine.
There you go. I'm gonna have to start going to West Coast cons.
Yeah, when you take that trip to Japan while it's still cheap, you're gonna be on a plane for 19 hours.
Cool. I'm sure I will deal with that well. Dan, how many melatonin gummies have you had? Enough.
See, melatonin doesn't make me sleepy. It just makes it easier to get to sleep for me.
I described the first time having it last week where I was like playing Metaphor and stuff and my head just started lowering. I was like, oh,
I feel like that kind of goes along with it makes it easier to fall asleep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But
I'm also like physically incapable of dozing off in any situation other than being in my bed.
Yeah, I am definitely that compared to my brother. My brother could do it on trips and all sorts of other shit, but I never could. I don't know. I can sleep pretty easily. Asterisk. Wrong end of the day. 50 milligram gummy. I just took 5 10 milligram gummies. What's the issue? Because of my rampant melatonin gummy use over the last 8, maybe 9 days, I'm a daytime person now. I'm cured.
What does that mean, Dan?
It means I go to sleep when it's dark and I wake up when it's bright. Do you
The
have
legendary noon big thing is real.
I wouldn't, like, what he described could well be past noon.
Only a little. Only a little bit. It's like 12. It's like 12:15.
So now are we going to see the return of morning person parentheses 11:30 a.m. Dan?
That is yes, that's happening now. That's
It was the McHale's Navy where they do the joke of like, yeah, working up at the crack of noon.
yes, I'm waking up at the crack of noon and it feels great. Government offices are open. I could drive around and get food and it's daylight and I'm not rushing a place closing. For people who didn't keep track of this, I've spent like 5 months straight trying to fix my sleep schedule and it just didn't work. This has been fantastic. Is this what sleeping is like for the rest of you? It just feels radically different now. I'm fucking pissed. I'm like, I go to sleep and then I wake up and then I feel good enough to get up out of the bed and go do things.
Weird.
Right? What the fuck? What the fuck? You motherfuckers have been doing this whole time? I feel like I've been cheated. Anyways, we should get into things I played or were played, I should say, by members of Big Think that were not at MagFest. Because I'm trying to think of... Oh, but I need to brag again. I got the Yumataro plush from Gimmick signed by the composer. There we go. We got that covered.
But, you know, we can't see him anymore. Maybe if I wave my hand enough, he'll reappear.
Yeah, it's like... yeah, there you go. It's happening. It's happening.
He's a little bit there. Come on. It's just
A spectral Yumataro.
It's not going to work.
Appearing in front of Dr. Aggro. Yeah, I also got the arranged album and original album signed as well. It was really cool. By the way, the $100 special edition of Gimmick was the one I was like, I can't spend that much. I can't spend that much money when they announced it, but then it was sitting on the table next to him for sale, and I'm like,
yeah. Yeah, no, it's a different thing being confronted with it in person than
and getting it
immediately.
autographed.
And getting it autographed, yeah. Like that's a completely different thing. Did they charge it because he was autographing it?
No.
Nice.
I know, how polite.
Yeah.
Yeah. His panel was hilarious because it was supposed to be a Q&A. But he spent most, like I would say 80% of the panel on the first 3 or 4 slides just explaining his background. So then they rush through the last 2 to 3 slides real quick, and then they go, okay, we're going to open it up for Q&A because we only have 10 minutes left or 8 minutes left. And the third guy, not the translator, not the composer, the third guy up there who's operating the slides just goes, I have a question. And then he asks a question. The composer takes so long to answer it. That's it. People were maybe not thrilled, but you know,
I wonder why.
If you go to the autograph thing, you could have asked a question. They made that very clear. They were like, the translator's here. You can ask a question. I'm like, I don't have a fucking question for you. Hey, you're a god. Wait, that's not a question. Let me look at this real quick. What do you say, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you say to someone like that, where it's just like, your soundtrack is why I love the game? If that same game had, like, dripless music and not one of the best NES soundtracks ever fucking made, I would definitely not love it as much, right? What do you say to that person? I don't know. Especially, what do you say to that person that could translate? Unclear. So I was just like, thank you. That's it. Anyway, should I cover the Dan's Right Again segment here or cover it in news? I should probably cover that in news.
Yeah, I was like, it's probably very news related.
Yeah, it's news related. I will, however, and we should repeat this again in the news segment. I'm announcing here and now, I am no longer announcing a single fucking thing on Twitter. If you're on Twitter, get the fuck off of Twitter. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the statement. You have a million different places you could follow us. Do that.
Yeah, I literally can't even get back into Twitter. I changed all my passwords to key mashes.
Nice.
I meant to announce this last week, but then I forgot because everything was weird last week as we did a big thing without aggro a day early.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it. I'm done. Fuck that. There are a million different websites. You don't have to use that one. Aside from that, I don't know if I have anything else to... They had the F-Zero AX machine with the full fucking cabinet. So, full cockpit, everything for the F-Zero arcade machine.
Nice.
There was, as you might expect, a line.
Yeah.
The whole time. They also had aggro clacks. So, oh my God. If you go next year, we're going to have a clacks off.
Okay. 1, I assume that's the opposite of a klaxon.
It is.
2, a what?
You don't know clacks?
Not by name.
Doesn't know clacks.
I mean,
was he even alive in the 90s?
Most people don't know clacks.
We might need to do a clacks poll. Can we get a clacks poll going right now in chat?
Okay, no, I just, like KLAX, right?
Uh-huh.
This game looks like it's trying to teach me math.
This was a puzzle.
Math is a kind of puzzle, you know. Oh, man. Aside from that, I don't have anything else to say other than I am absolutely going next year. So if you're trying to stalk and kill me, there are a lot of people at that con. Good luck.
Why is the cover of this game a hand throwing up a gang sign?
Because it's the 90s. There's time for clacks. That's...
Yeah, I feel like I emulated clacks like a year ago or something finally to play it and was like, oh, this just sucks. Okay, got it.
Clacks is a puzzle game with such interestingly Spartan interface methods that it goes, you made 3 diagonally, here's 1,000,000 points. I'm serious. This is how I whipped Spiff's ass because we had a clacks off and we were going for score. I made like 3 or 4 diagonals and then died and went, well, good luck doing anything near that. I made 3 or 4 diagonals. I have the high ground. Anyways, hey, Bob.
Hey.
I hear we went for score after Dan died first. No, playing for distance. And also, I'd like to note, Spiff got stun locked on a stage that was like, now do a diagonal. And so he just stayed there until the game ramped up the spawn rate on these blocks. I've never seen clack shit on a person that hard in my life. It's like, yeah, you cannot flip blocks that fast with these controls. Fuck you. What the hell was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Man, the one big thing we shipped a day earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because an Xbox Developer Direct happens and they announce something specifically for Bob. This is bullshit. Bob leaves a Friday stream. I have to stream Silent Hill 2 Remake. I leave a Friday stream for Bob to solo stream. They announce Ninja Gaiden shit fucking stealth dropped.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, it's not fair.
That is
they're both
fair.
They're both Unreal Engine 5 remakes of a 2. They're equivalent.
No, they are not.
I was playing.
Man, imagine if they made Ninja Gaiden. Imagine if they added just like 8 hours of oatmeal to Ninja Gaiden 2 somehow. Just like 8 hours of the worst combat rooms you've ever fucking seen.
Wow, that would be like 4 Ninja Gaiden Sigma's ones.
Yeah.
It's how fucking strange is it that they're like, this is Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, like 70% still Sigma.
That is really strange.
How's the TAA?
The TAA is pretty bad, but otherwise it's a pretty good version of it. Like I'd say it's better than Sigma in most regards.
Oh wow.
But the TAA
Yeah,
is
they
really
fixed
rough.
the fucking upgrade system.
The upgrade system, for people who don't know, in the original you just paid money to upgrade your weapon.
Okay.
In Sigma, they're like, oh, certain one of these shops can upgrade your weapon, any one weapon once. And that's it. So you just have to.
Oh, that's really stupid.
Yeah, no, it's just like, okay, you can only upgrade them to this point in the story. Your currency doesn't matter anymore. It's like, why'd you do this?
Yeah, why'd they do that?
I don't know.
Sounds
I did
terrible.
laugh how multiple times in that stream Bob's like, they used the fact it's higher fidelity to make something easier to visually parse. They never do that.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, no, there were many parts where it was like, oh, it's actually, I can see where I'm supposed to go now. It's no longer a completely flat wall.
Right. That's cool. That's cool. I don't think Sigma did that at all on PS3.
It added lighting.
Visuals. It added some stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know if it got more parsable from that.
Right, and I'm not even compared to that. I'm compared to most other UE5 style remakes of like, oh yeah, it's not high fidelity. Everything blends in.
Yeah. Normally, absolutely is that.
Where does they even take the step of like the chests now glow with an energy like around them to know you can go open that? Because before they were just obviously like a different fidelity, so you knew you could go touch them. So I was impressed with that. They really should have made a mode where it's like has the spawn rates of the original game. Because for people who don't know, Ninja Gaiden 2 has like 2 or 3 times as many enemies as Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma per encounter.
Okay.
And it is definitely more on the range of having the Sigma amount of enemies in an encounter, but they have a little bit lower health than they did in Sigma. Because Sigma also buffed their HP values to accommodate for having the
fewer enemies. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's a little bit more tuned with that. It could really use a mode where you don't even need to make the exact spawn rates of the original. If you literally just doubled the spawn rate of every encounter, you would accomplish what people want.
So the poll is ending right now. The question was, do you know Clax? The options are yes, I'm old, and or cool. That has 26% of the vote with 21 votes. No has 74% of people. I'm shocked. Shocked that more people aren't aware of Clax. I also got to play that Ozumaga Bust a Move.
Okay, that's cool.
For anyone who knows what Bust a Move is, aggro, the differentiation, other than this is the one with Tio-chan, is the separation between the two playfields is gone, so you can just play off your fucking enemy's playfield.
That's so sick.
It is deranged. It is
Oh no, I
absolutely
don't need this red. Oh, neither do you.
Yeah, no, it's horrible. It's nightmarish. What a concept.
That every time because you brought this up before, I always expect you to end it with that Azumanga like Dreamcast game where you just watch Osaka in a room.
I bet that will end up in the console section at some point inevitably, because there were a lot of goddamn consoles. They had a whole wing of the console section for Smash versions. So just smash, like 5 tables. And then they have the main tournament area, which sometimes, but not always, was also Smash. Then they had the Rock Band thing, where you could just wait in line, go up, and then play Rock Band in a band. They also had a room that was just for people with musical instruments to go jam.
That makes sense.
Just in a group.
Yeah, that's neat.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah.
It sure is a music and games festival.
Mm-hmm.
When are they going to end up on a theme with bad music? Where it's like, we made it. This year's theme is Gears of War.
Honestly, it'd be like, this year's theme is 90% of Western games.
Right?
Yeah, you could literally name basically any Western game. And then,
This year's theme is Starfield.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, T-Lopes performed there. That's the Sonic Mania theming and stuff. He played on the main stage. That's the composer of Sonic Mania. He was great. He was awesome. He was real damn good. Yeah, no, there was a lot of shit at this thing, and I struggle to recall half of it.
You were showing us the map?
Yeah, let's talk about that. Before we continue talking about Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, I need to show you this map. Keep in mind, first time at this con, like you would expect many people are, right? This is the fucking map they give you to parse this convention. Cute, right? This is, of course, nothing resembling the building structure.
Oh, I was like, this seems like a completely fine map. I don't see the problem.
We were fucking bewildered for all of day one. We had to just build knowledge out of, well, where did we see the gimmick speed run? Well, that was at, as you can see here in the middle right, Mag Fast. Because they go fast, because it's a speed run.
There it is.
And build out from there the knowledge of where these things are. Because holy shit, yes, technically, next to this security lost found medical thing, there is an escalator that goes down to a floor, and that will be what is there, I suppose. But it is abstract. It was such a nightmare to deal with as a first timer, especially considering. Let me show you. We entered from what you would call the parking garage over here, right? Right here in the middle. We needed to get to registration to get our badge. Okay. Let me just show you that journey. You go past these things, which don't parse at all. Actually, we were over here. We were next to the jam clinic. So we're going over here. We have no idea what's up. We see a cafe. We see some other spaces. You get on this escalator and you go down, and it says spa, and I'm like, what? So we go in, and then that doesn't lead to here. That leads to here somehow. It is so complex. I can't even. But anyway, the point is, it was 3 floors down on the complete opposite end of the convention center, all the way to the south, which is not really what this is parsable as at all.
Is there another entrance by registration? Because it seems insane.
Not really. That's not an intended entrance.
Weird.
That leads to a different set of buildings that have parking nowhere near them.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, it's enormously complex and like nightmarish if you've never been there. But once you're
Dale down there?
That's their complete. That's the Magfest OC, legally distinct character. They had him with really detailed art on some of the signs there. It was very, very entertaining. It was very cute. I liked it a lot, but this was an absolute nightmare to deal with. They did have a gender-neutral bathroom, but as far as I could tell, they had one. So imagine you're like 3 floors down on the opposite end of the conference, and it's like you got to pass like 50 normal bathrooms and run all the way to the gender-neutral bathroom, which on this map, oh wait, here's one. Okay. I was like, I don't even know where it is on this map. There are 2. There's so many there's so many of the other bathrooms between.
Mm-hmm.
But there are these 2. I guess they're kind of on the different ends of the convention. But again, this map is a nightmare.
Yeah, I assume this is a real building instead of a weird thing that's been stretched across.
Yeah, contrary to what this would portray, it was a real building, not a Sonic 3D Blast level.
Yes.
They also, on the absolute top floor, as you can see here, had like Pathfinder, escape room simulation stuff in D&D, and then on a completely separate building that they did not help us find. That was not like, it technically goes out this way, but also really doesn't. They had other tabletop stuff, so they had a ton of tabletop games and stuff you could just pull off of a rack and just play. It was pretty cool. Anyway, enough of that shit. When will this motherfucker shut up about MagFest? That's the theme of every stream you're going to see for the next day or two.
Right.
So, Bob, this thing you're telling me about the upgrade system, that alone is enough for me to go, okay, they're justified in making this.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. This is the version you should play if you want to spend $50.
Okay, cool. And if you love ringing bells.
Yes.
Did you use it?
I used it a lot. Maybe too much.
Good. That's great.
It was constant. Every cutscene, it was super obvious and in your face. Like, guys, and it'll never be fixed.
No, it'll never be fixed on the consoles.
Right.
The funny thing is, if they had put in PS5 Pro support, then obviously the PS6 would also.
It has PS5 Pro support. That's on the page.
They put in Pisser.
Yeah, so maybe they'll add it because apparently they are doing updates. I went and checked their Twitter feed. They are saying they put out an update today that I think fixed the Game Pass version on PC because that one was busted.
Yeah, for people who don't know, the Game Pass version on PC is different from normal PC versions.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone tells you otherwise, they're just wrong. Because these are two different ways to make a PC game. What a brilliant system. Anyway.
But in that patch up, they're like, we have one for February. It's going to address things people talked about with balance and add features. Like, cool. I think this is a cool version. I hope they keep adding to it.
Yeah.
All the gore is back. It looks better than ever. I honestly think the visual fidelity upgrade makes a lot of sense for Ninja Gaiden because it always kind of had a stylistic choice of being just, we used actual photographs and put them on as textures. Like,
yeah.
They never were going for something artsy.
Yeah, they didn't have like a more cartoony or abstracted figure sort of aesthetic. It was always cutting edge graphics.
Right. I've also seen people complain that they removed costumes because of censorship. And was like, are you insane? Have you seen Ayane's default costume?
I'm gonna aggro keyboard pound over here. 1 second.
And it's like, yeah, no, the costumes are way more expensive to make. I'm surprised they got as many as they did in this. Ryu has 4 costumes total, including a starter, and then all the girls have 3 costumes total.
Is this it?
That's it. But the front perspective is really what shows you. Yeah,
that it's a miracle of physics that the outfit is operating as intended.
Yes, operated fully by tape, I assume.
One moment. That's interesting. Weirdly enough, Google is feeding me a YouTube video from Auroral Visage on this, which is crazy. I've never seen Google just outright be like, you know this person and you follow them. So here you go.
It removes 2 of the boss fights they added in Sigma, which is a little weird. I think that they were kind of dumb, but I really like fighting the Statue of Liberty. On the other hand, Ninja Gaiden boss fights, especially 2, are all bad.
All of them?
All of them. They are easily the worst part of the game.
There's the outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Tape can do miracles.
But no, guys, they didn't remove the costumes because they were expensive to make. They removed them because most censorship.
Yeah, most censorship. Absolutely. Jesus Christ.
If they were gonna, they'll censor. They just let Momiji and fucking Rachel rock, but the costumes, those were a fucking bridge too far.
Yes, that's what we're hearing from
God,
the internet's very own scholars.
It must be so fucking easy to be that stupid.
Yes.
The world must make so much sense.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is a fun version. I really do hope they update it and add like a legendary Dark Knight mode where it's like, yeah, there's tons and tons of enemies. It's absurd.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I find the weird gauntlet of Power Rangers villains that Ryu keeps getting thrown up against in this game extremely endearing because Ninja Gaiden 1 doesn't have that.
No, it is very different from Ninja Gaiden 1. I do appreciate it. And every time he kills one, like, because of what they did with the difficulty, most of the bots end up being total pushovers on the normal difficulty mode. So it's hilarious to have them get a full intro cutscene where they act super melodramatic, and then Ryu kills them in 30 seconds, and then says some nonsense like, "Such is the fragility of evil," and they explode.
Yeah, it's like if Goldar came down and just wasn't ready. Like Goldar's like Power Ridge, and then John Wick is standing there.
I think my favorite is Wolf, which is the werewolf man with 4 arms. He looks completely cool. He's taunting you the whole level. He summons you to the Colosseum to fight him in front of his army of werewolves. He gets slashed down in 30 seconds, and then I think his phase 2 is starting because he's like, oh, and then he just fully bleeds out and dies on the ground.
And you're like,
Yeah, I think Bob said, you have a phase 2, right? Like 4 times in that game.
it's like the Kung Pao bit where they're like, was him going limp the sign? Maybe he's going to throw us all off of him. One moment, let's lie on top of him.
Yes! God.
Holy shit. That's fucking...
It's so good.
And it's for Ninja Gaiden. Like, Ninja Gaiden bosses are supposed to be really easy pushovers.
So then I did go back and play on Master Ninja mode, which is the hardest difficulty.
Uh-huh.
And that reminds me why they would do that.
Uh-huh.
Those fights just suck.
Oh.
They basically turn off all the mechanics of the games that are fun.
Oh,
And it becomes just wait out him to do an attack pattern, then you sneak in a couple hits, and every single boss has a grab move that takes way too long and kills you instantly.
Cool.
So I'm like, yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah, no, this sucks. These are really bad. And then the ones that aren't that are ones based on the long range weapons in Ninja Gaiden. Those are
Those just
miserable.
should have. Those just shouldn't have been there. They should have made new cutscenes and removed every single one of them almost. Except the first phase of the final boss is one of those.
I know. Yeah, no, really bad. I say this is a giant Ninja Gaiden fan. I won't want anyone to say that I'm just being a hater. No, these suck.
Hey, Bob, how do you feel about that price?
It's the price I would pay.
50's the new 40, as I keep having to say, much to Dan's chagrin.
They could have released it as $70 and I would have paid it.
Right.
Because I'm a sucker.
Right.
Ooh. Oh, that's fucking. We really do need like the button Dan can hit to make any one of us transition to that fucking Looney Tunes bit.
Yes! Oh my God, that'd be good.
Because I feel like
really
all of us
fucking good.
have something we would pay too much money for.
Oh yeah, instantly.
When they're like, when Namco's like, here's Tales of the Abyss remastered at $70. I'm like, Dan, hit the button.
Right? It's like, Bob, how much would you pay for crack cocaine?
Yeah, you said on the stream something like, "Hey, crack addict, do you like crack?"
Yes, because someone in chat brought that up too, of that whole thing of like, yeah, it gets you real high.
It gets you real high. Yeah, exactly. See, I can't imagine anything I would be an absolute sucker for buying at an inordinately high price. Because the only thing I bought like that was fucking based and awesome.
True. I wish the pack-in game that came with it was a little better.
I know, right? Usually you got better pack-ins with this sort of stuff from game companies back in the day. Yeah. But, the pack-in game, I guess it was just rushed, That development must have been real grisly.
Put you away now. Yeah, the final boss literally being climb a few steps, shoot him with arrows 3 times.
Oh, God. What?
Doesn't Ninja Gaiden 1 have the weird final boss where you're like on the floating platform in hell and you drive the platform around?
Oh, God, I think it does. It's been so long.
Like, I know that's like the first phase, and then like the last phase is fighting him like a normal guy.
Right.
But I remember like you're literally on like the 5x5 platform of rock, and you can glide it around hell.
Yeah. No, every time I see people upset like the end of Devil May Cry 1, the shift to the flying shooter segment, I'm like, that's so much better than these Ninja Gaiden bosses, Jesus. Oh. One thing that I have trouble with the new visuals is the orb sizes for enemies dropping orbs are hard to tell in new visual style. They're just not as obviously different sizes. Weirdly, they added a bunch of colorblind stuff for them, though. Like, you can change to all sorts of different shades that might help with your colorblind problems. So that's neat. I'm trying to think of any other big things about the remake. Man. I'm disappointed they didn't add anything straight up new to this. Like, this is just a bunch of the old stuff that was in Sigma, and it's missing a few costumes and stuff like that. The tag team mode, I don't know if this feature was in earlier versions, but the whole idea is they're just individual missions, kind of like not a Bully Pals, but like just a mode where you go choose from a bunch of different rooms of enemies to fight. And you go there with two characters. And the original release had an online mode, so you actually had two players playing as those characters. At least in this version, you can hit the button on the one of the buttons will switch you between the two characters. So you can kind of switch them on the fly and tag team like that, which I don't think was in the previous Sigma release. But might have been. I just haven't double checked. And that's really neat. Like that adds any reason to have two playable characters in that mode. They also should have put anywhere in the game that told you how to unlock outfits. Because when you beat the game as Ryu, it shows you how to get his other outfits. But not for the girls. So I couldn't find anywhere online until a few days later someone posted, oh, you beat this many chapters in chapter challenge mode. Which is a really weird stipulation.
Yeah.
And then also beat Mentor mode, which is the hard mode, not the super hard mode, which is Master Ninja mode. And that'll unlock another set of costumes for the girls.
I'm trying to figure out this ninja hierarchy. Where it's Ninja Master and then Mentor. Where does Dog come into this? Is
that was only in the I think that was only in Black.
Yeah, I think it was only in Black. That's the one where they put like flowers in on Ryu's head because he's a sissy.
Was it that, or I think they gave him like a dog collar or something? It was something to imply that
there was definitely one where they were. There was something where they were definite. There was some element of it where they're like, he's a sissy.
Yes,
I'm trying to. I'm sorry, I have the mental image of the first.
That gig that got us the very. I think that was in fact the source of the very first. Games shouldn't make fun of you for playing on the super easiest difficulty discourse, which is like. In a similar vein to God, it would be nice to be that stupid. God, it would be nice to have so little problems.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just imagining the first important boss in Ninja Gaiden 1. You know, the buff dude. Only he has a clicker for free.
I think they gave him dog ears. Was that right? We need to find it.
Send us all your Ryu Hayabusa wearing a dog collar art. You know what? Fuck it. Maybe this is the background for Big Thing Forever.
It's pretty good background.
It's a really good background. But unfortunately, we're going to all have to do British accent.
No, please.
Aggro, you go first.
Hello, my name is Dr. Aggro. I moved to the UK about 6 months ago for work. It's been pretty great so far. I've enjoyed a lot of the food I've gotten to try, despite certain jokes you've read on the internet. Travel's been a bit odd. Being that I'm from America, you might be aware that I'm a big fat sack of crap. So fitting on standardized public transit seats is sometimes a little bit of a struggle for me, and it makes me self-conscious, like I'm imposing on the people around me. But even trying to get licensed to drive in a foreign country, it's really an uphill battle mentally to try and surmount that sort of thing. There's a lot of steps, there's a lot of bureaucracy involved. So really, I've taken to walking most places, which I guess is better for me in the long run. Like one problem solving another, but it's the whole thing's an adjustment. Pip.
I'm giving that a 9 out of 10. That's how good that was. Bob, your turn.
I can't really match that.
In the interest of transparency, I am absolutely ripping off a Brennan Lee Mulligan bit.
Yeah, I know. I was like, wait a second. This sounds like a friendly Mulligan bit. Looks at chat. It is.
To be fair, I was a funny ginger years before that asshole was.
You were that funny an infant?
Yeah, man, but looks aren't everything.
Hey, Bob.
Hey,
How's it?
it's fine. I guess that's enough to forget about Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Too strong.
Went too black, too strong. I made that a part of the tweets,
Uh-huh.
and I was like, I almost announced the stream with that
Uh-huh.
because people still didn't know I wasn't going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, I need to provide more like context for what this is for Bob, right? Why people should care about the stream instead of just saying too black, too strong, too black, too strong. So the Sonic Rush fans would have really appreciated it.
Right.
So I just said it in reply to your tweet. Anyway. You play anything else?
I did play a few other things. I played more Dynasty Warriors Origins.
Cool.
Not an extreme amount more because
What about a legendary amount more? Was it that?
no.
No. What about an empirical amount more?
I got to chapter 3, which we did at the end of the stream.
Uh-huh.
That one is the chapter where you get to choose who you're supporting,
Whoa.
right?
Whoa. Wow.
It's fine and good and cool. You get to you basically do a set of missions for every faction in this chapter, and then at the end of the chapter, you get to choose. Like, you just go talk to whichever guy you want to join. But the Wu faction,
Mhm.
Sun Jian is supposed to die right now. Like,
Mhm.
he's supposed to die in this set. But
You
there's
thinking you're going to take his spot? You're like, what if I show up? Will I get promoted?
there is a altered history version you can unlock and save him. They made it absurdly near impossible. And by doing it, they spawn a boss fight that is literally the boss from chapter 1, like that guy leader to Yellow Turbans,
Uh-huh.
like amped up insanely and give you a 3-minute time limit.
Wow.
It's basically impossible.
So you're thinking they give you a chapter select when you beat the game, and you'll come back and embark on this.
Maybe that's the idea. It might just be literally New Game Plus mode is what I'm worried about, because this game's way too big for that. I'm not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I sat here trying to get it for hours, and then I eventually turned it to easy mode and was only able to barely get it then.
Okay.
Which
You're
you can
this
turn it-
desperate to have Sun Jian live.
I don't want to play through this game again because this game is huge.
In chat right now, do not pursue Lubu says 60 hours in and still haven't done all 3 kingdoms.
Yeah.
Is it just like a cutscene showing the alternate history, or does it like lead to more game?
It's going to lead to more game. Because literally you can go choose that path afterwards.
I'm really glad I'm putting this off until fucking Game of the Year is dead and in the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Because, oh my God.
But yeah, weirdly, you save him,
Uh-huh.
and he's like, tell everyone I'm dead.
Oh, that's really funny. I just
good.
looked it up. There is a chapter select when you beat the game.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I was like, there's got to be. They make something like that. There's got to be a way to access it without playing 18 hours of the same game again.
I
Holy
love
shit.
weird ass what if modes like that. Like the that new Dragon Ball game Sparking Zero has all kinds of shit like that. Like, what if Gohan really was the guy? Or those Giran's Greed games, the Gundam strategy games, where there's shit like, yeah, if you do these 45 arcane things, you can make Amuro join Char and Char's counterattack.
Whoa.
None of those have ever been translated into English, I think. Maybe like one by fans. But it has all these unbelievably weird conditions to alter the plot of Gundam.
Oh, good news, Bob. Because somebody demanded it. One of our viewers dug up the clip from the Gundam Warriors stream of Char saying she could have been like a mother to me.
Jesus.
I'm just happy that it's accessible again.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to have to download it off of Twitter, put it back up on Blue Sky, just so people can figure out we are not exaggerating at all. That is what he says to the T.
But I posted the CG from that storyline where you can get Amuro to join Char. From my recollection, it's something like Amuro's like, okay, I'm on your side, but if you start trying to like kill millions of people, I'm gonna shoot you in the head.
Dope. This is a good working relationship. So, did you do anything after Sunjian said, tell everyone I'm dead?
Yeah, no, I didn't. I was like, okay, good. I unlocked it. I will continue this later. God, that fight's insane.
New background for Big Think Dimension just dropped.
The problem with Shar Aznable.
That's one of the fucking AI generated video essay ideas YouTube will hand out to you now.
It's true.
I also finished up. Go ahead.
Here's ideas to get you killed.
Oh my God. What else did you finish, Bob?
I finished Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
You gonna buy that story DLC?
No.
Your tweet, so it sounded kind of concerning.
Yeah. No, there's.
It's just so fucking big.
It is just too big. And the music isn't good enough to hold it up. Like a Metroidvania, like Metroid and Castlevania have great music. Each zone has its own feel. Like that's a big part of the feel.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make the game this huge and not have good music.
Yeah, like even Hollow Knight, which is the biggest game ever made, it stands next to Okami in the category of why'd you fucking make it this big? Like that game has a lot of atmosphere, and it feels like The Lost Crown has like no atmosphere at all.
Yeah,
it doesn't really have any RPG mechanics. There's not like Skittles you're constantly collecting. Like they made so much game, and I'm like, guys, you could have made half this much game, and maybe you would have the sales. I don't think you would have gotten less sales.
Yeah, because there are really cool things like Spider throughout this. Like you go to the frozen ocean. The ocean's been frozen in time, and go through like a crash ships that are frozen in time. It's really cool.
That's sick.
Yeah, there's really neat stuff, but it's like so spread out. Because last time I talked about this, I talked about the like I think 6 hours in or so is when it starts going awry. When it gives you the objective of find 2 time powers, and then like here's the whole map. There are very few warp points. Go find them. I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's a neat thing to do. But right after that, after I complete that mission, they're like, go find 4 more things across the map. I'm like, guys, not these 2 things back to back.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a good structure for this at all.
No.
You start next to one of them, so really it's only going to 3 ends of the map. And those 2 time powers I found were both so... They're interesting, but not good traversal mechanics. Not good things to use frequently, so they are hardly used. There's the ability to make a time double and then warp back to him, which was used in neat ways like a few times throughout the game. And the ability to put things in a pocket dimension and show them out later, which was never used interestingly and was usually find a barrel somewhere in the world and take it here.
Yeah, find the fire barrel and use it to burn down the thing blocking the door.
And that one was used like twice.
Wolf doors. Go find a wolf.
Yeah,
Use it
like
to open the door.
Spoilers, I only beat half of this game before I gave up.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I didn't finish it.
I thought
And the
you
moment
finished it
I
and then you
like
tried to
lost all
finish.
motivation is when I found a room with an unbelievably difficult platforming challenge in it. Like grueling.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you can make his pants blue now. And it's like, okay, I'll see. Let's see. GameStop closes in 90 minutes. We better get on this.
All I'm thinking about is that Ys 10 fucking island where it's just like, anyways, I guess everyone died and they're a ghost now. They're not joining your ship. What did they give you? They give you the most piddly upgrade. They're like, here's 5 points.
That was better.
I mean,
That was better.
it was better, but it's just...
At least we got the insane story out of everything, framing it like this girl's gonna be alive, and it's like, no, she's just a ghost who gets to leave. She's no longer bound. Also, she will vanish at some point in the next 6 days.
What an absurd fucking story that was.
Yeah.
I cannot stress one of the most important things for me to talk about your video game is that you don't have great level writing. that you have good writing and you have nightmarishly dumb writing. There's a reason we talked about Ghost of Tsushima very strongly for the 2 years following that.
Yes.
Murder
man,
grandmas and murder
I'm
grandpas
so-
are based.
I'm so excited. God,
Same.
if Sucker Punch got their shit together, I will be disappointed. I want the entire plot to hinge on the most irrational character to ever live.
Yes.
No, I need a whole plot line that they are the integral showcase for, and your character just stands there while they go, I'm just, actually. And you go, you sure? And they go, I'm sure. And you go, okay.
I hope it's still Lady Masako. She's too angry to die.
She's in the Matrix Revolution's old lady makeup, like it was a walker.
No, you're gonna find like some fucked up old tree she merged with.
Ooh. Murder
It's like,
tree.
take this-
Hell yeah.
Take
Game of the
this
year.
branch and make a bow. It'll kill anything that ever lived.
Based.
But anyway,
Uh-huh.
in Prince of Persia, you get those two borderline useless powers before double jump. So they save double jump to near the end of the game.
You've got to be.
No.
Yeah. No. Also, I don't think that it's a good idea to have a run button I have to hold all the time. I want to run at full speed by default.
Oh, even Infinite Wealth figured that shit out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like this
Like
is a big
sprint should
world.
just be a fucking toggle, man.
Yeah.
Mhm.
If you're doing it that much, absolutely. Yeah.
Also, I guess I got further in that game than I thought because I got the double jump.
Okay, yeah, you were darn near the end of the game.
What a shame.
What a shame. What a rotten way to die.
But yeah, there were so many super hard platform challenges I did, and then they were like, here's some currency. I'm like, I haven't used the currency in over 2 hours. Why would
You
I
can use
care?
it to Dark Souls upgrade your weapons.
Yeah, but I didn't have the material I needed to
Or
upgrade it.
buy accessories?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and weirdly, the other thing they have to use currency on is upgrading the accessory, because the accessory gets bad. You need to go pay to make it good. Like, why wasn't the accessory just good?
So Bob, do you regret not doing this as a Friday stream?
No, this would have been a miserable Fire Race stream.
Yeah,
It'd be
that's
like
what I was
15 or
afraid.
16 hours. That's
Chat-
why I was like, no.
Chat, you need to understand we spent something like 8 months just being like, that's going to be a terrible Friday stream and we won't know until we're in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're just mortified that it would just make a terrible Friday stream. We were both really curious what the rest of the game was, but...
Yeah. Weirdly, they have accessibility options,
Uh-huh.
but they don't let you assign any controller buttons. Not even one. I realize it's really late
That's
in the game.
fucking bizarre.
watch Doom the Dark Ages also do that. It's like, you could change the parry window input. What do you mean you want to change a single button to anything else?
Right. It's like the most basic feature, especially like I want my parry to be on L1 instead of L2 because I don't want to parry on a weird squishy button. Isn't
Yeah,
you think
no,
that's
that's-
completely normal, right?
That's completely normal, yeah.
I don't know why they did this, and I can't change it because
I'll
Also-
just change the inputs on your entire OS and system.
Mm-hmm.
So, hear me out.
Uh-huh.
The dominant genre of game is no longer shooter. Those
Yes.
shouldn't be triggers anymore.
Is this how we should go? Is this right? Is this just? Is this what
I
evolutionary
feel like we need to go
technology
back to
should-
those being fucking buttons.
I mean, there's also not a large amount of
Adaptive triggers-
driving games either.
Adaptive triggers are so fucking base, though.
They are very cool.
I honestly,
I forgot the adapt.
Yeah.
They can be cool, but
Right. Like
people use them for evil.
give me a long bolt or something I can throw, like when you're in a car and you switch from automatic to manual.
I think they literally do that on the Pro controller.
Oh yeah, they do.
The DualSense
Yeah, you can
Edge.
set the depth, right?
I
Is
think
that
it's
what we're
already
talking-
locked, so it
Can't-
stops early.
The dev can like determine resistance on the adaptive triggers. They'd be like, our game's not a shooter, so it functions like a button.
Yeah, they could. You would burn a lot of energy in your controller. Speaking of which, a game I've been playing has had exceptional battery life on the controller for reasons that'll be obvious when I talk about it.
Make
Yeah,
it both. Put a button right at the top of it and let it rock down anyway.
What was I gonna say? How about that Xbox controller, huh?
What about it?
Definitely feature parity.
Never.
Did they announce it yet?
No, there was just some random
Oh.
color, I assume. It's never happening. Xbox has given up that hard, and people are hoping in 1.5 years they're going to ship an Xbox that's so powerful and so cool.
Not to get ahead into news, but when your financials are hardware revenue went down 30%, we expect a similar decrease in the next year.
Oh. Anyway, I actually
Zero.
I did still enjoy good parts of Prince of Persia: Lost Crown as much as I'm playing about it, but the worst part, the reason it can never be on any sort of list for me, that the frame pacing weirdness, like the not frame pacing, but the literal frame stutters, all the time.
Yeah.
In this super delicate platforming game.
Weren't you playing it in like a high frame rate mode too? Because your TV supports it.
Yeah, so it's automatic. Maybe if I found a way to turn that off, because there's no features to turn off and on in the game, I'd have to go turn that off.
Right,
on
it's
OS
a system level, yeah.
which I didn't go do. Which
Thanks, Ubisoft.
Something I found in Ninja Gaiden. All those features are in the game. You can turn to 120 frames per second mode.
There's a 120 frames per second mode.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, no, that's really cool.
Didn't expect that at all.
Did you boot into that at any point and look at it?
I did on my own PS5,
but he didn't do it professionally.
It feels smooth, but it has way worse TAA because obviously the resolution's way worse.
Yeah, and the lower your resolution, the worse temporal AA will look.
So yeah, I didn't even play it in that mode mostly because it's like
that makes sense.
It feels nice, but oh my god, I'm dealing with. I have to look at
it's
this
melting.
goo. Yeah,
maybe when the PS6 comes out in 2 years.
Jesus,
we sure are going to talk about that again in news.
I also was really kind of annoyed they put in Arnold Londo from Dark Souls. It's just an area I got to in Prince of Persia where literally archers standing miles away started shooting with arrows that took off a quarter of my health. I was like, why? This was never fun. I know you play Dark Souls. I can feel that.
Yeah?
But don't do this.
Oh. Okay. For some reason, I thought we were still talking about Ninja Gaiden. I forgot the segment was about Prince of Persia.
Dan, if it was about Ninja Gaiden, it'd be dude standing miles away with rocket launchers.
That's true. That's true.
See,
that's a fact.
I don't think there's a lot of value in forcing Dan to play Dark Souls. But at the same time, I wish there was just a pocket we could like somehow load up a custom version of the game that is Dan having to fight the Capra Demon. Dan having to complete Sin's Fortress, and Dan having to just do that one chunk of Anor Londo with the 2 archers.
Nightmare.
Yeah. I just want
now, Dan, just picture this in your mind. You have to walk up a 200-foot long ramp that's very narrow. There are 2 archers. They have great bows. And great bows in Dark Souls 1 shoot entire fucking trees at you. If you attempt to block one, first of all, if your shield isn't really good, you're going on your ass and taking full damage. And if your shield is good, it still pushes you like 4 feet, which guess what? The thing you're walking up isn't wide enough.
Well,
it's the hardest thing in the world the first time you play Dark Souls. Then you realize, oh, if I just walk up it, every single shot misses.
You know, maybe the toddler gimmick of Timer-chan needs twice as much food makes sense if we put Soulsuary on the fucking list. Bob, you okay? It looks like your blood hurts.
Dark Souls 1, Evergrace 2, and Dark Souls 3. Actually, it would be Evergrace 3 because Evergrace 2 exists already.
Oh, because we play the Souls games they would make new. That would be really funny. It's okay. I mean, oh God, what's the name of the people who helped out on Demon Souls? Blue
Point?
Yeah, well, obviously Blue Point needs something to work on now.
Oh my God.
So, Evergrace 3.
Obviously.
Hell yes.
What do you mean they weren't working on an Evergrace service game? They're just leaving money on the table.
Man,
why is he attacking me?
hope they're still open in a year.
Yeah.
Blue Point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll be fine.
Yeah, they'll be fine. There definitely isn't a very clear pattern of your service game is canceled. Goodbye.
They also assist development on other things, a thing I don't think Sony London ever did. Hey, you want to talk about Sony Studios I'm worried about? What's the deal with Media Molecule? How's that
Yeah.
game coming along? You want to
Right?
show us so they don't kill you in darkness? Please.
Hey,
Hey, Bob. Any other thoughts on Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown?
I guess not. Like I said, I still enjoy parts of it. I think it's a neat game, and it's probably Ubisoft's best game in years.
Mm-hmm.
But there are these glaring problems. That is everything I played. Actually, yeah, I didn't have time to play anything else.
I put more time into Metaphor Refantasio in the last 2 days than I had to date up to that point.
Great.
This is the power of melatonin. And not having a podcast to constantly worry about necessarily.
Right.
These two things really did the fucking handshake, right? The fucking metaphor handshake. You could feel the melatonin's devotion coursing through your veins. It's resolved. Yo, Metaphor's good. Did you know that? Did you know
noticed.
Metaphor's good?
Yeah, it
Metaphor's
is.
really fucking good. It really was funny when that guy presented the human head and he's like, it's a fucking human. And everyone's like, is that a big thing?
It's so
That looks
funny.
tiny.
Stroll's like, no, it isn't. This guy's a cock. And then everybody agrees and starts throwing shit at him.
The fucking first guy to reply in the audience is like, yeah, we don't know what that fucking looks like, asshole. It looks like you just made a thing. Right? Really fucking good. The music continues to be fucking bangers.
Mm-hmm.
The gameplay mechanics continue to be fucking bangers. The stories continue to be fucking bangers. They sure did write great stories for every character. Yeah. What a video game.
2024 sure was the year of like, the last game they made I liked, but it wasn't, I didn't think it was, oh, this new one is fucking immaculate.
Someone I know and am friends with has not played a single Persona game. And they played this and they thought it was amazing. And they're like, I am not so sure I should go back to Persona. And I'm like, I'll be honest, I think you'll fucking hate it. Maybe don't.
Dan, that friend of yours is in the room right now.
Is it you, Mitaro?
Yeah, see, I think Aggro would really fucking hate Persona 5 because like it's not delicious slop, but it's trying to, but it also isn't legitimately good either, I don't think. So it exists in this weird space where it isn't like shallow anime slop, but it also isn't really good. It feels like under-seasoned food.
The fucking people who are anti-woke being like, don't worry, it's not woke, are the dumbest humans on earth. We found them. They're right there. Every fucking storyline is about how diversity is important and racism is bad. Every fucking one.
It is extremely weird how Metaphor feels like it feels like first of all, it feels like the Death Stranding thing happened where you did a story and then it immediately became extremely relevant.
Yep.
But
Sure
it's
does.
weird how much of it feels explicitly like modern politics, but it isn't fucking annoying at all. It's like, oh, you actually understand things.
Yeah, it's weird when you have someone write a story that's inspired by that, but they also at all understand it. It sure hits different.
It probably helps when there isn't 700 people in the writer's room.
Yeah, as it turns out, that's always true. About any creative endeavor, it really helps when there aren't 700 people in the writer's room.
And you don't have a consultancy firm saying, we want to avoid making those guys mad. So we have some changes. Luckily, it being a fantasy game, and luckily the game called Fantasy Metaphor. If you just put one layer of metaphor over something, 99% of people can't perceive it at all.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
It becomes invisible to them.
It's incredible. Yeah, no, this game's great. Did you know this game's great? Yeah, it's really good. I like when I'm like, Maria's great. I'm going to bring shit back to her, and then I gain the ability to cook things without passing time at all. And I'm like, oh my God, friendship is magic. Holy shit.
Maria is so fucking awesome, because in Persona 4, the little girl character is like, my dad works all the time. And in Metaphor, the little girl character is, My actual father died horrifically. My adoptive mom isn't going to throw me out and I'll die on the street like that kid, right?
Is that gonna be me? And you're like, nah. And the thing is, you get 3 options that are nah, but some of them are more convincing than others. What a fucking excellent game. This is the most like a normal human who plays video games I feel like I've ever gotten to experience. And I want to shout outs to MagFest and Melatonin. I think I'm cured. You know how people say, oh, if they transitioning could have saved them. This is that, but MagFest and Melatonin. I've been saved. I can sit down with a game and play it and have a really great time. And even though every fucking day passes and I hear, what was it? Time passes and a new game of the year approaches. I'm good. It's fine. I'm just having a great time. Let me tell you, I've played just enough of this game in time for the next 2 recordings of Game of the Year where shenanigans could happen. Anyone could really strongly swing for it to get number 1, and I'd be like, I haven't beaten it, but yeah. Like fucking, yeah. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen with that Game of the Year? All I know is Metaphor is a really fucking great time, and that soundtrack is incredible. I have a million different things I could talk about that I really deeply fucking enjoy about that game. Like how lineages with archetypes work, and how building up those friendships actually make the lineages better in a way that keeps building in a way that feels insanely good. But y'all have heard enough about Metaphor. We need to talk about other RPGs from last year that are 100 hours long. Hey, Chris!
So I beat Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Nice.
Should I?
Yeah, that's another really fucking great game.
Sure fucking is!
After bitching so much about Western slop that has all of its abrasiveness and all of its soul polished off to be as inoffensive as possible to everybody, it is unbelievably weird to play a game that not weird, but like spiritually healing, to play a game that looks you dead in the face and says, a society without the concept for forgiveness is doomed.
Yeah.
That's the thesis of the game, and it like fucking pounds you with it.
It's really great.
It's just so much better than Like a Dragon, like Yakuza 7 in like almost every way.
Really?
Yeah. First of all, the experience curve for that game is not nearly as good. It's a lot more grindy.
Yeah.
Battles don't move nearly as quickly.
Yeah, the combat system is just drastically better in 8. Just because you can move your characters around, which drastically changes the strategic option.
Right.
The last chunk of bosses in Yakuza 7 also all take a really long time. Like you're just kind of grinding them down slowly. Even if you're appropriately leveled, which I was, and a lot of people weren't because they kind of be like, okay, it's 8 levels higher now. They fucking Dragon Quest 8 your ass.
So, Chris, I'm going to hit the spoilers music.
Sure.
People wondered, this is real spoilers. People were like, hey, why didn't you nominate, was it Ebina or Achan? Is that, yeah. Anyway.
Ebina is...
Why didn't you nominate them for Most Loathsome Bitch? Chris hadn't beaten the game, and it wasn't worth it to me.
Oh, yeah, Ebina is this motherfucker. No, not Ebina. It's God. Ebina is the guy that Kiryu fights. What is the other dude?
What is the other? Yeah, it is Achan. Okay.
Yeah, Achan.
Yeah.
This Eiji Mitamura.
Yeah. Yeah.
This motherfucker pretends to be paraplegic to manipulate you.
Yeah, it's the funniest shit in the world. He's doing fucking lidocaine injections into his legs to come off as more convincingly crippled to Ichiban. It's so unbelievably funny. I was cackling and delighted, and he's such an evil piece. Like, what a moment that was! But it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
It wasn't worth it. I was like, Chris doesn't... Whatever, let me just talk about the VTuber, which is also an important fucking part of the game's core theme, and also so real it burns on my face.
Yeah, a big, like, the side story, the main story and the side story are constantly like, here's a YouTuber, they're the biggest piece of shit who ever lived.
Yes, no, it's... Aggro, we're talking, you're outside of a place and a fucking gaggle of fucking YouTubers go up to start a fight with you so they can film you punching them so they can get your ass on YouTube.
God, that part with Kiryu is so great because he starts actually fucking hitting them and they start wigging out.
It's true.
They're like, you're not supposed to actually be kicking the shit out of me.
Oh no, sweet darling, who did you film?
This game really fucking power scales Kiryu because terminally ill with cancer, his normal attack does more damage than almost anything else in the game. His normal attack starts as his basic combo from every previous game. And when you... This game... People always talk about combining narrative and gameplay. Well, in this, a big chunk of it is like, Kiryu doesn't want to get treatment for his terminal cancer. He wants to silently shoulder his burden. So they're like, we gotta have do Kiryu's bucket list and remind him that living is cool, so he will want to live. And as that happens, he starts getting his fucking protagonist superpowers back. And when you do it enough, that 3-hit combo becomes his 4-hit combo and can become his 5-hit combo. I only got it up to the 4-hit combo. If you get it up to the 5-hit combo, it's just gonna be the most damaging thing in the game.
Yeah, it's absolutely ludicrous.
It really explains how, like, oh, this is why this dude could just take down 800 people that the other characters need a party of 4 to handle. God. This game hit a lot harder for me as someone who played every single previous game in the series. It's like, oh shit, Kiryu's closing the book on that guy. Oh, he remembered that dude.
Yeah, it's like, what would you say? Like 5 dozen fucking different memento moments across multiple pages?
There's 100. Yeah. There's 100 of those moments.
And almost every single one of them is a really deep cut to a prior entry.
Huh.
Even the ones that aren't real.
Yeah, there's like, I had this bizarre dream where I was Miyamoto Musashi. It sure felt real.
Oh my God.
No, it's really good.
And he has one where he also remembers the zombie spinoff.
Yeah.
That's still the weirdest of the spin-offs, honestly.
Yeah.
I hope they re-release it. I hope they remake it.
That would be really smart for them to remake. Because if you remake it, you could use Unreal Engine and maybe get good shoot it feel.
Yeah, it's like, I don't feel like there's anything to save there, but okay.
It's not, like, the thing is, it's not really trying to be a shooter, it's trying to be a Yakuza game where you use guns instead of bullets, like, instead of punching.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like more like your guns are a weapon set. Which is weird. It's, like, I understand the complaints, it's like, well, the back half of the game is more about Kiryu than Ichiban, and I'm like, yeah, Kiryu ends this game like they look directly in the camera and go, he literally is incapable of being the protagonist ever again. Like, he's actually done, so it makes sense that they need half a game to send him off instead of the fucking bullshit they tried to do in 6.
I can only imagine.
I also hope we never hear about the fucking Daidoji faction ever again. If we ever hear about them again, it needs to be in the opening of the next game. It's like they were all killed off screen. They are one of the worst plot devices in any franchise ever. They basically just exist to be magic that forces Kiryu to act irrationally. They're terrible. In this game, they try to make them not insanely evil all the time, but in both previous games they're like the most evil group in the entire franchise.
So Chris, you have a choice. You can either get rid of them or Ono Michio.
I don't have anything against Ono Michio. Okay. Robo Michio is a different fucking story.
Okay.
See, I'd much rather kill Camulop.
Okay.
The fucking dog thing.
Yeah.
Just looking at him makes me angry.
I'm gonna take us out of spoilers. Is that okay? You can say more things. You let me know when you're good to come
I'm trying to think
out.
if there's any more spoilers things I want to talk about. I don't really like the very final ending bit with Ichiban. It just it's very sitcom-y and feels like we can't actually progress these characters. But I don't even need to go into greater detail than that. It's just like you could have just had that actually happen, and then the next Ichiban game is like has that in it instead of feels like consciously freezing these two characters in time.
Don't ask me why his volume is jackknifing like that. That
Okay.
makes no sense to me either.
Wow, that's bizarre.
I'm gonna honestly say that's Windows 11.
Probably you're opening Chrome.
Thanks,
it's
Windows
over.
11.
Oh no, it's the fact he's on Discord and then we have the Stream Deck playing music and
my God.
it's probably enhancing the audio for playback.
Windows
We even know-
hey man, let me fuck with your audio for you. I know what you want.
Yeah, literally. I'm very excited for all DJ software to go Linux.
Yeah, no, more things need to do that.
Yeah. Got to change your sound settings. Yeah, here's the thing. I already turned that off. I need to turn it off again. But I'm not going to do it live.
Yeah.
Anyway. I'm ending the spoilers.
Yeah. It was funny by the end of the game. I had so much money. I'm like, hey, pound mates, kill this guy for me. On every single encounter.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. I mean,
It's like really slutty guy with the water attack. Get him.
get their ass.
And then and then when it's a boss, it's like, hey Asakura, my street fighting YouTuber friend, kill him. Put it on your channel. Cave their head in.
See, I just kept Dondoko beaming people, and then if they survived that, that's when I'm like, okay, buddy, get over here, pound mate.
Well, we'll see. So we'll see. The pound mates don't use a turn, so I would do that and then Dondoko beam them.
Yep, that's a good point.
And then Kiryu gets fucking his version of the Dondoko beam when you get the Dragon of Dojima thing up to level 30. He gets Essence of Dragon King and just does a
Yes.
big sweeping kick and murders all of them. Although I didn't even need to do that most of the time because I made Chitose a housemaid. And that's the AoE class. So she just started every fight by doing the big AoE, and most of the time everybody died. Of course, I was also 15 levels higher than the fights most of the time. Because when they gave me those dungeons, I'm like, okay, 30 floors.
Yeah. The only reason I didn't is because I was streaming.
It's like, okay, I'm now 20 levels higher than everybody. That's it for. Oh, you brought 2 steam shovels. That's cool. Unfortunately, they're level 32 steam shovels, and I'm level 49. It's unbelievably funny to make Tomizawa the cowboy class
Yeah, I saw the
because
picture.
he just looks exactly like Rawhide Kobayashi.
It's a strong look.
I
Do you
thought
think
that
we
the
can get-
surfer look was already goofy enough. Jesus.
Can we get that guy to do that in real life? Like wear the cowboy hat and stuff? Because he looks exactly like he does in game.
Oh, of course.
Yet again, showing for some
Oh.
reason Japanese studios can fucking nail that.
Mhm.
Even though the West keeps scanning in people and making them look like horrible monsters.
Yeah, it's so
Yeah, I don't
well.
get
It's
it.
because it has to be more high fidelity. Dan, hit the spoilers button again. I actually do have one very important thing to say.
Oh, my God. All right.
one sec. And okay.
Daigo Dojima is the biggest fucking fraud in video game history. So in Yakuza 1, Kiryu completely destroys the leadership structure of the Tojo clan. And then in Yakuza 2, he's like, well, I'll get the son of the guy I murdered to be the head of the Tojo clan. And he's this punk-ass kid in a parka. He gets his ass kicked the entire fucking game. And then through nepotism gets made the head of this giant Yakuza organization. Then in Yakuza 3, he's all cleaned up and wearing a suit, and you're like, Daigo's gonna prove himself. It's potential man is finally gonna deliver on his potential. He gets shot the first time you see him is in a hospital the entire game, in a coma. Yakuza 4, he fucks up totally so bad that he's gonna have to side with the villains and Kiryu has to beat the shit out of him.
Oh my god.
This is
In Yakuza 5, he shows up to save Kiryu and then gets owned and has to be saved by Kiryu. Then in Yakuza 6, he's not relevant at all, but the end, Kiryu writes him a letter apologizing for not preparing him for any of this at all. Oh, in Yakuza 5, he also loses a fight to a civilian who is a baseball player. Because that's one of the playable characters. He gets fucking waxed. And every time he rips off his shirt to show his cool back tattoo of fucking Asura, or not Asura, but like Inma, the Demon King, and he gets his ass whipped every single time.
Dope.
Then in this game, you go to fight him, Majima, and Saejima, the three huge Tojo guys, other than Kiryu. And like Kiryu's exhausted, he has terminal cancer, he can't fight all three of them at once. So your party members jump in to assist them to parry their attacks. Two of them get parried by the other big, strong, organized crime members on Kiryu's team. Daigo gets parried by the homeless man. That's the power scaling we're at now. Daigo is equivalent to the homeless man.
Oh my god.
I wish I had beaten this game earlier so I could put Daigo into biggest fucking jobber. Except even that might not be accurate because you have to have any credibility to be a jobber. Now I'm done.
Did you have anything else you wanted to say about Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth?
No, I think that's all.
Cool. You excited for Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii?
Kinda. I'm afraid, like, if it's like the same amount of content as Gaiden, which was like 50% oatmeal, then no, not really. Like, if it's a real game, sure. But Gaiden, like, really hinged on the Coliseum in it, and a lot of that trailer they showed like Coliseum-y shit in it. And also the side stories in Gaiden were all kind of bad. But that might have been because it couldn't matter because it was a God of War Ascension situation where it's like, it's in between games, literally nothing can happen in this.
Oh, God of War
And this is
Ascension.
technically further in the timeline, so maybe. I wonder what they're gonna do. I have to assume that like the team that was making like Judgment is making that Project Century game. So I wonder if the series,
right.
I wonder if the series is gonna go into remission for a little bit, or if that's so fucking far away that it'll be like 2027 or something.
Which team is working on that? The Judgment team?
I assume, I don't know.
Okay.
I assume it
You
is them because they feel like the team doing the bigger scale action games now. But who knows?
Anything else you want to say about Infinite Wealth?
No, it's really, really good. And if you played all the previous ones, it's like a great cap off to the Kiryu games.
And if you didn't play all the previous ones, it's still a really fucking great game.
It's still really good. It's still a really good turn-based RPG.
Like a really good turn-based RPG.
Huh.
It has these systems to empower you to make choices that affect your ability to do well in combat. Wow. It's all I'm asking.
It kind of bothers me that it explicitly is trying to be Dragon Quest 3, because if you didn't play Like a Dragon, like
Seven.
Yakuza 7, Dan, Ichiban's thing is he was raised in the back of a soapland, which is basically a brothel,
Yeah.
and just played Dragon Quest 3 all day.
Yeah.
But they don't let you do the Dragon Quest thing with the classes where you can't switch everybody to every class, get a bunch of levels, and then they get a shitload of stats. They only get a tiny amount of stats because classes don't start handing out big stat boosts until you're really high level in it. I'm like, no, you should let me become psychotically overpowered if I know how Dragon Quest 3 works. No. Yeah, RTG Studios is also making Virtua Fighter 6, so they have a fucking stacked
They do.
like schedule.
So fucking absurd that they showed that fucking cinematic and they're like, this is what we imagine gameplay will be like on a 5090 in Virtua Fighter 6. I'm like, bro, those aren't mechanics driving animations. You've made a cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention it earlier.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried that's also what that Project Century trailer was, because it looked very similar. Like, we're trying to make this look like a game.
Yeah. I don't know. That didn't, if I recall correctly, pop up with health bars and other things to make people, because I saw it happen, assume it was actual gameplay. I saw that happen with Virtua Fighter 6, and I'm like, bro.
There's
you gotta
definitely
stop.
things in that trailer that tries to frame it as actual gameplay,
Okay.
but not like UI elements and shit. But yeah, I sure hope that Project Century is cool and not them making the mistake of, we need to have RGG Studios make a AAA game. It's like, no, you don't.
Well,
The scale of Lost Judgment is fine.
They are making a AAA game for early PS4. Mid PS4. Did you play anything else?
No, that's literally all I fucking played.
Yeah, chugging RPGs is hard work.
Yeah.
And I'm finally done. I have 2 weeks of freedom before Daybreak 2 comes out, except I don't, because the 15-hour demo came out this week.
Oh my god.
Phantom Brave came out today.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not buying that at launch.
I forgot to mention this earlier, but I got a Sarlin A button.
Cool.
Yeah, and also Chair G Table's cute.game. Technically, it's cutegA.me web domain for their games. So thank you, Chair and Sarah, for the cute buttons.
Oh, I thought you had had some weird button that did something related to
Sarlin
Sarlin
A
A.
button. I don't know what that would be. I need to think about it.
Oh my god. Every time in Ninja Gaiden 2, you collect crystal skulls.
Okay.
Every time I got one, someone in chat would play the part-time.
That's great.
Yeah.
Oh man, you just don't know how bits will pay off.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Hey Aggro, what you been playing?
Well, over the last couple of weeks, I experienced an extended medical emergency and got snowed in away from my own home. So that was fun.
What game was that?
That's called Drive Through Snow for the first time in your life through 5 inches in the dark to a hospital.
Oh my god.
Oh.
In the midst of all that, one thing I did get to do, you know those games they added to YouTube, the YouTube playables?
Oh yes, the fill time until your inevitable death games.
Because like they're not games. Like they look like games. You can interact with them, but they're not. They're not. I found one that's a game.
Oh.
It is called
Really?
It's called Flames and Fortune. It is like a deck building fantasy dungeon crawler motif game where it deals out 4 cards at a time, monsters, shields, potions, gold, and abilities. And you've got 2 hand slots and a backpack slot. And when you have taken the cards, 3 of the 4 cards from the row and played them, it'll refill it. So you've got to use spells to damage monsters or shields to mitigate their damage and just get through the whole deck alive and then earn gold to buy more cards to put in your deck. Like it's a game. There's thought involved. It's interesting. It's not hideous. I have found a diamond in the rough. Flames and Fortune on YouTube.
How does
It is the top of a very, very short pile.
How does one actually search and find a game on YouTube? Because searching for the name of the game and the word game does not bring you the game.
I think you have to go to all games and maybe Control F.
Yeah, I dicked around with the terrible ones long enough that it just throws me the playables on my home screen.
I was like,
Yeah,
is there a separate app
you
for
go-
YouTube games, or is this all in the YouTube
No, this
app?
is all YouTube. That was the part that made
Yeah,
it
I'm
insane. Yeah.
Doing it on a
insanely
desktop
stupid.
browser. I don't know if it shows up in mobile.
The games exist in mobile. I know because I've played them, but I don't know how to get there.
You mean it does? It doesn't, like, it isn't that game where you control a hole that swallows bullets and then you shoot the bullets at a guy, except
my
it
God.
automatically shoots them, so there isn't any input whatsoever.
That one's so bad.
Cool game, Aggro.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised.
Flames and Fortune. Anything else? Just check it.
Aside from like a couple more hours of Saga that I got to before all of the shit started happening, no, that's all I got to play.
Okay. Well, Bob, should I announce it? Oh, wait, what's up?
I had one more thing to say about Ninja Gaiden 2.
There's just one more thing.
Tell me more, Bob. Tell me more about the experience of crack cocaine.
It's really funny that you can see all the things that are left over from this game was clearly a very different structure. Because for people who don't know, 1 and 2 are constructed completely differently.
Okay.
2 is just straight up an action game with levels. But you can tell there are little bits of stuff left from when they were more, it was going to be more exploratory, because you find teleportation rings in all of these random levels. And to see that they definitely have to remake those in super high fidelity is like, these will never be used. Never.
Right.
But it's so funny. It's like you even find one on the airship that crashes. It's like,
What in
what
the
were you
world?
planning? What was the plan?
That's really funny.
But yeah, that's all.
That's all. Possibly the worst idea for a Friday stream ever. Gimmick 2 came out, so tomorrow's the Gimmick 1 versus Gimmick 2 flop swap.
Oh god, it is flop.
Pain, agony, endless torment. This will somehow beat a crack in time.
I'm only gonna go for the bad ending in Gimmick because it's hard enough.
Yeah.
We have no idea what's in Gimmick 2 other than bad music.
God, what if Gimmick 2 is somehow like absurd, like 8 hours plus?
Literally no way.
Yeah, like what do you even do? How would they do it?
Wait a second. I see people in chat saying that. What do you mean? There's a game called Gimmick. It's called Gimmick. It's Gimmick.
Gimmick with an exclamation point.
With an exclamation point. Yeah, it's Gimmick.
I'm going to make a prediction.
Okay.
You're going to get stuck in Gimmick 2 because people want to see that one. And then before you fucking realize it, the stream will be over because that game will somehow be like 45 minutes long.
That is entirely possible.
Very, yeah.
I have no idea. Can't believe these people have never heard of Gimmick. However, they will have heard Gimmick because we're going to the Podlords. Podlords!
Oh, fuck.
Podlords, baby. Podlords, baby.
Gimmick 2 soundtrack done by the immaculate Dave Lang.
I think
That's the right
Dave Lang?
That's the right composer, right?
No! That guy's dead! I knew it! Don't you remember we visited the Dave Lang Memorial?
Yeah, you sent me pictures of Meg Fest. Buried next to Lincoln.
I knew you would take that shot for your precious Dave Lang. Yes, that's right. The Podlords. Podlords such as BN12, Red Blaze 27, Suzu Shiro, Rado. However many shades of whatever, I'm tired. WTF, Spider-Man.
It's okay, this week Platinum's back. They
They
doing
made a game.
support on a game that...
It's the thing you, but it's not the thing you wanted.
Oh no!
Oh. Mr. I Like Spam. ReZero Season 3 returns. Time to find out if this was her plan. Agro, you were spared that. That happened last week?
Oh no, I watched the episode.
Oh, I'm sorry. Muckbun, Shiny Mew, Chris C, Gas Station Cheddar Dog with a 64-ounce blue raspberry juicer frost.
That sounds like it'll give you like some sort of problem.
Oh, it will. Image last week. Cooper Tank. I assume this is how we'll find Herman Host in a few years' time.
All I can do is transfer myself into Horizon.
Indigo Sykes. Foul Gotharita. Dr. Agro, have you in fact frolicked?
I straight up did. Yeah, no, it was incredible. Yeah, it's frolicking. It gets you real high.
I, Dan Video Games, being of sound mind and body, wish to declare my hatred of Jeff stems from my inadequacies as a player.
Oh my god.
People are figuring out high-level tech now.
A raccoon with
gonna
a jacket.
Ooh.
Aw. We're gonna have to hire a sensitivity consultant to pre-read the Podlords and make sure you're not tricking Dan into saying an archaic slur.
I'm Ron Burgundy?
Evil Lucario. It's an honor to be nominated for Scrimblow of the Year, much less do well in the voting. Thank you all. I'll boom kill you later.
Yeah, and she doesn't say kill people, she says we gotta boom kill them.
Jesus.
Sarah Lean. Timothy Pfister got Macross DYRL on Ultra HD with English subtitles. Fuck Harmony Gold! All my homies hate Harmony Gold!
These are the facts.
Harmony Gold is so insane because they're like, we're gonna keep the license for Macross against forever, but we will never do a single thing with it, not ever. We will keep announcing Robotech things that never actually happen ever or even make any movement toward what's happening. Also, for some reason, Sony will help us.
Goron Majima.
Oh, you couldn't post Cat Majima from A Hat in Time?
Posting the flagship monsters until Wilds, here is Valstrax, the Sky Comet Dragon.
Pretty cool.
Are you sure that's not a Yu-Gi-Oh thing?
You've got a point. That looks pretty Yu-Gi-Oh.
Matty Mo. Cleo Chrome. Xi Jinping, kill NVIDIA and collapse the AI bubble, and my life is yours.
That Jesus. I mean, this has slit the throat of AI in the way that any of these huge billion-dollar companies pumping money into it imagined it. Like, it's over.
Yeah, so good.
Their future, their path to the future has been slashed.
Damn, that looks just like me. So get ready to get yourself fresh, people. Just like me, the Hoopa God. Somebody caught up on Pokemon Go to the movies, I see.
Yeah, that has to be what happened.
Right. Jesus.
For the love of Christ, please say Sony Interactive Entertainment Hideaki Nishino.
Please, big bro, I am a fraud.
Varm. Lancelot.
Aww.
The Phantom continues to haunt me, even in my home.
That drink would last longer than the game.
That's true. At room temperature.
Yeah. Just keep it sealed. It's fine.
Hey, did you hear there's a Fatal Fury City of the Wolves beta happening on February 20th?
That
I
is a
did. You won't
terrifying
fucking
image.
be there, Kyo Kusanagi. You're not fucking in this franchise.
Plan.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, fuck you.
I know.
I don't know who this is, so I'm undamned.
It's the host of Taskmaster.
Taskmaster.
It's a British show you should look into.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is, I hate that the algorithm prepped me for this. I wish it went straight over my head. I fucking hate this moment.
Unfortunately, I was introduced to this a few years ago by my brother.
God, he looks like Netflix Karia.
Oh, he does. He does.
And he has like Vicious vibes the whole series.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Ma, there's a weird fucking cat outside. Cryptid Bird, Digital Basic, and Fane. This is the one I hate the most. Good job. This is the
That's
one.
a Hunter x Hunter character turned into one of those Gatch things.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I don't like
I'm
that at all.
trying to remember where this dude was.
He should be in a dumpster.
He must have been one of the earlier fights before like the plot actually congealed into having coherent arcs.
I hate him. I do not like him. But I do want to thank the Pod Lords. Thank you, Pod Lords!
Thank you, Pod
Thank you,
Lords.
Pod Lords. And if you'd like to become a Pod Lord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5, you get early access to chugging Bleach and possibly future things that we might do. Extended content for shows we do when indeed such content exists to be given to you. There hasn't been in a little while. Game of the Year consumes all. You also get a patron exclusive show one a month, either a private show where we watch a good thing or a public show where we watch a bad thing. The public shows, patrons get a commentary track for it. You also get an entire movie called Isolation 119, co-starring Microsoft Sam, about a man getting a tax write-off on his vacation to Thailand. It definitely doesn't exist entirely so he could take a camera around his apartment in Thailand and get a tax write-off on that entire trip. Patreon.com/gbpodcast.
Bob will be back momentarily, but while Bob is away, I wanted to start a new segment. It's a very casual segment. The segment called, it is a really cool name. I like it a lot. It's called Dan Was Right. It's a very humble segment. We're just going to cut into spider dance music. So, hey, remember when me and Chris, for 5 months, told you an AI crash was coming in January? I was sweating a little there for the last 5 days. I was like, motherfuck, they're going to wait till February. No!
Yeah, if you don't know, Chinese company released their thing called DeepSeek. It is basically every other company doing AI in the entire industry went, well, we have to hyperscale. We need billions and billions of dollars of GPUs and giant data centers that literally require more energy than the city of New York to run. And then a Chinese company is like, what if we made it better so it did shit faster? So the result is the number for the version that came out, it cost something like $6 billion to train and can do every single fucking thing that ChatGPT can.
I think it was 6 mil. Like, that's part of what...
6 mil.
Yeah, 6 mil. I thought you said bill. Yeah.
They also made it open source, so everybody is already... Like, the companies are now scrambling over themselves to cannibalize each other, making their own versions that are much cheaper.
Yeah, part of its creation process is that the meta AI was actually open sourced already. So they just took that as a foundational work and then made this, and it only cost, allegedly, $6 million. Now, the funniest thing is all you need is allegedly, and that's enough to make the bubble burst. Mm-hmm. That's how much a fucking house of cards this whole fucking thing was. So they needed more electricity than an entire city requires to be powered. They needed more venture capital than had ever been raised before to move on to the next step. And this was
they still need more this year. OpenAI needs like $35 billion of investment this year to survive. They lost $19 billion last year.
Bob,
or some shit like that. No, I'm sorry. That's SoftBank that lost $19 million in 2023. They lost $32 billion in 2023. They're the ones giving OpenAI the rest of this money. They make good investments, obviously.
Obviously. Bob, you were outside of the room into the transition into our new segment. Dan Was Right.
Oh, yeah.
So we started off with that and how I was starting to sweat over the last 5 days when the crash hadn't happened yet, because we kept saying January. Then it did.
And it's important to note, like, this new thing is more lightweight. You can run it on your local device with relatively low-end hardware. Like, this isn't like what Dan joked about where somebody with a 4090 tried to run ChatGPT and it took 12 hours to write V.
Yeah, it literally was that meme. So the funniest part of this, I'm in the airport to fly back, and on a giant electronic billboard, they show an ad for Meta's open-sourced AI, and I'm like, not often in the middle of a crash do you see an ad for the thing that caused it.
And here's another dagger in the back. Today, the copyright office said, you can't copyright AI-generated shit.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's just
you can't copyright AI-generated text. You can't copyright AI-generated imagery. There might be exceptions if it's extenuously altered, and obviously they can't do anything if you use it as like a reference or something. That's if you use it as a reference for actual human work, that is copyrightable.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just like go ChatGPT, write me a book, you can't fucking copyright that. You can't copyright anything in that. They explicitly say like humans don't have enough control over the output for it to be copyrightable.
Also, worth noting, the OpenAI CEO was crying over the notion that DeepSeek may have used some of their code and information to train their model. Just let that tumble.
Right? I just like you hear him say it, and you're like, okay, say it again, slower, and into the microphone this time.
I'm trying to move on, but I was reminded about this event at MagFest. I kind of wanted to quote tweet that and be like, must feel awful. Do you have any idea how that feels, Did You Know Gaming? Because the last time they came up on Twitter was them bitching at Kotaku for writing an article about the video they made. I forgot, we were in the middle of something. We were really busy the day that went off. So when I made that quote tweet where I was just like, oh man, it must be terrible to have your work reused by someone else for profit, and you didn't get any sort of direct compensation or anything, or even ask for permission. That must suck. And then my notifications went wild as Did You Know Gaming tried to quote tweet me, to dunk me, and his own viewers are like, what the fuck are you doing? You're making yourself look like an asshole. And like, not one person was on his side, and I'm like, bro, my phone's blowing up. I'm in the middle of something. Do you even remember what we were doing? We were like really busy doing a fucking thing. It was so funny. I think it was a holiday. It was some sort of holiday. Maybe. So I was hanging out with my brothers and I was just chilling and my phone's blowing up. And I'm like, why am I getting notifications? These people telling Did You Know Gaming to go fuck himself. That's weird. Anyway.
So because of the current circumstances I was in this week, I was watching commercials on television for the first time in over a decade.
Still a thing.
One of the persistent ones was for the Google AI assistant. That involved a woman in an office asking people where they wanted to have a meal, and everyone was throwing out different suggestions. So she pulls up the AI assistant and uses voice to ask, like, "Hey, I need a pet-friendly Italian restaurant near me," and a couple other things. And I'm like, "Wow, you burned down half the world to build a thing that won't do what your service originally did before you fucked it over."
Yep.
Yeah, it's
brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And
big tech is obviously so smart.
The whole reason they're chasing it is because that's where the money's flowing.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Like they're dumping buckets of money into this and going, we can't help it. These are market forces. We're just following where the money's going.
Yeah. It's like there's zero demand. There's literally less than zero demand. People hate this.
Yeah, they were actively mad they're doing it and they just keep shoving it in.
Because if we just, Phil Spencer's got the wheel, and he says if we hit that fast enough, we'll clear the gap over the canyon. Somehow we're still this mental image of Dukes of Hazzarding the fucking Grand Canyon is still apt.
It's so funny that even my Japanese class that I went to on Saturday, right before the crash happened, even the people there were like, oh yeah, the air bubble's gonna burst any second now. It's like they're just
normal people.
Random people.
We are in a tech town, though.
We are.
That's the problem.
So
this is a very engineer heavy town.
Yeah. So that I guess that would color it a little bit. But
bit, yeah.
I mean, of the people I know, the only person who isn't, like, even my parents are like, they say AI is going to do all the shit. Obviously, it isn't.
But hey,
the only person I know who's even a little bit invested is the person who does nothing but listen to like Rise and Grind investor radio.
Of course. If everyone's okay moving on, we have a second story for the Dan Was Right segment.
Oh, great.
Hey, you know how I spent literally, I believe it's been the last 3, maybe 4 years being like, you know what? They're probably going to stick in the PS6. They're probably going to stick a CPU with that X3D memory. Because the on PC, if you get an AMD CPU, you can get their gaming-oriented ones, where they don't add a ton of cores. They don't crank it up very high, but they stick a shitload of memory on the CPU. And this, for video games, is an insane performance buff with very little impact on wattage. I forgot to mention last week, the leaks confirmed that.
Great.
Too bad they couldn't confirm them having a longer console cycle. That would have been great too.
It really is gonna we're gonna get goofy going forward because like Sakurai and some of those videos. Go watch his fucking YouTube channel, by the way. It's incredibly insightful and interesting. Is like, games can't get any bigger or we can't test them.
Yeah.
We lose the capacity. And I suspect that is a big part of the reason why, as we've all noticed, like every AAA game is now busted when it comes out.
Yeah.
Because it is literally a fucking Augean task to try and troubleshoot them.
Like, we were watching, I was watching the interview with Jeff Gertzman and Adam Boyes.
Yeah.
And part of that went into how testing, like, you used to send to Sony or whatever the console platform holder was, and it had to get past a certain thing to hit cert. And they were used to test everything and were really strict.
Yeah.
It's like, man, games sure got a lot worse once they stopped doing that.
I feel like they still do that. They just made the requirements so much lower. Or there's some kind of some kind of thing they do on their end that people can just not do and say they did.
They made the requirements a lot lower, and then even in that interview, Adam Boyes says, and keep in mind, Adam Boyes was third-party relations at Sony, at PlayStation. He said, yeah, and that's when they told me I can just give any game the thumbs up and they're good.
Yeah.
Hey, remember why the first gaming crash happened? Is because consumers lacked confidence.
Yeah.
But like, Mark Cerny's like, yeah, what we consider performance, we're pretty much at the top of. Rasterization performance.
Yeah.
We've hit the peak. Moore's Law is now dead.
It is.
There's not going to be any huge advancements. We couldn't make games any higher fidelity, even if it did. Like, what? You're going to make a fucking photorealistic 8K game? For why? For who? For what?
Clear.
So,
and the top level of gaming is going to collapse. So, like, the next decade's going to look real fucking strange.
just real quick recap. There were people who are knowledgeable, people who understand the technology, who kept saying, nah, that's not going to happen. It's too much silicon. They were making the bet that wasn't going to happen. There are other evolutions of CPUs that also could have happened with the next one, like heterogeneous design where you have a small core and then you have big cores. Like super fast cores and then small ones you can cram in to run background operations. So not only was I right, other people were wrong. And that is an important part of this segment from now on.
Okay, somebody get that yearbook photo of the guy where the quote is, "It is not enough to succeed, others must fail," and put Dan in it.
So yeah, I just thought it would be cool to note that, and also a major reason why I'm bringing this up at all, other than to show the fantastic image. It's so beautiful. I didn't make this, by the way. it's to be crystal clear on this. Gaming on PC got real weird because the consoles, starting with PS4, started to have a lot of RAM. Like a lot, 8 gigs. And now with the new one, even higher, the GPUs from NVIDIA are not shipping with enough RAM. How weird is gaming going to get with the PS6 having a basic understanding of course, the CPU has an insane amount of memory bolted directly onto it. And then they port it to PC. And there's a simultaneous PC release. And it's like, oh yeah, every CPU that isn't the gamer one fucking can't run your game right. You think
we're already at the point where like a lot of games are a big part of why a lot of games are underperforming is you set your fucking minimum requirements too high. Guess what, motherfucker? Nobody has a PC that can run your shit.
So how much weirder are things going to get when that's the case? We already have shader compilation stutter being a problem with PC. We already have the consoles have so much RAM, it's a problem on PC. Now we're going to have the CPU is understood. A basic understanding is, well, of course it has 3D memory strapped on. Holy shit.
I think the outcome will be no games actually. Like there's going to be like 3 games ever that actually take full usage of that.
No, that's not how this works. That's not how this works at all. It literally just runs better. Like, this isn't a design your game for. This is, you will not notice there's a massive problem because you coded in a way that ran fine on the PC's gaming CPUs from AMD and the PS6.
Since I feel like by the PS6 console market will have been unseated by PC. Like, in players, not in people having high-end equipment, because they fucking won't. They're never going to.
I mean,
Guess
in that
what?
sense, we're already there.
But I think everybody will stop pretending and will be like, we need to target this mid-tier PC shit. That needs to be where our game sits so we can sell it.
Maybe. I don't know.
Like I can't see even 4 years from now, even if there's an 8-year, even if there's a 10-year console cycle, like I can't see by then like the AAA part of the industry existing in anything resembling the form it does right now.
Sure. You remember when people made PS3 games with Unity? That's more of what I'm talking about. The thing where it's like, I used an engine to make my game and it runs like shit on the console, oh well. Like, it would be more of that. It was like, well, the people with the gamer CPUs, it runs fine, and the people with the PS6, it runs fine, so my game runs fine. No. There's this massive fucking hitching that keeps happening on a normal CPU.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're already seeing, like, PC ports. Like, we're already seeing developers obviously be like, we gotta get this on the Steam Deck, even though it only has 4 million people, less than any portable ever made. So, that... And if Valve announces, like, Valve is like, okay, now you can put that shit on anything, and we start to see, like, Steam boxes again, it's hard, like, we're in a... The old world is dying, and the new world struggles to be born. This is the time of monsters.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and a lot of things are going to transition to working on Switch 2.
Right, I think the Switch 2 thing is the interesting thing here, and the fact Sony is rolling out a new console after 7 years. Instead of any number that should be bigger than that they should do it in, according to leaks. Now, keep in mind, those leaks, as I said last week, could have been the portable.
Okay.
Could have been, but that leaker said it was PS6. He said that silicon was for PS6. Oof.
Yeah, no.
No one needed a PS6 7 years after the PS5. The PS5 is really performant hardware. The only games that don't run on it right don't run right anywhere.
That's true.
Yeah, so anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up, and there goes our segment. Goodbye, giant me holding a book with me on it. I considered that a positive segment.
Okay.
So now it's time to go into unpositive segments.
Which means we gotta bring out our host, or our guest. Levy, get him out here real quick. Here we go. Up and get the new song for the Industry Burning Down segment. Let's do it!
Ubisoft's collapse has begun. They have formed a council of advisors to, quote, reshape the company and regain profitability. There have been 185 layoffs so far across multiple studios. Ubisoft Leamington, who made DJ Hero, and they did support on Outlaws and Far Cry, has been shut down. Other studios have been hit with layoffs. Allegedly, and this isn't confirmed yet, but allegedly, Tencent and the Guillemot family are planning to offload Ubisoft IPs to, like, they're planning to do a Gynax.
Yeah, they're gonna straighten Voltron and dump debt. It's a classic move.
They're gonna like offload their IPs to this other company that Tencent can then acquire, and then leave Ubisoft, the main Ubisoft, with nothing. Ubisoft is fucked. There is no fucking way forward now. If the Guillemots are planning this, like, either this doesn't work and the company collapses, or it does work and the company collapses. Like, it's over. It doesn't fucking matter how Assassin's Creed Shadows does. Not that it's going to do good, and even as good as Valhalla, which is irrationally Ubisoft is going to want it to. Reminder, 5 platforms 2020 versus 3 platforms 2024. 2025.
Yeah.
Like, it's not gonna sell. If it sells half as much as Valhalla, that'll be kind of impressive.
And yeah, 100%, because, you know, that was the COVID buff.
Right.
Yeah.
This game sold like 25 million copies.
Yeah, that game could... Assassin's Creed Shadow could be better in literally every way.
And it won't do it.
It won't do it. It won't happen. It's just like, that's not where the world we live in anymore.
No?
This isn't directly part of the industry burning down block, but Eternal Strands came out. Go look at it. And if you think you might, it looks good, you might want to buy it. Its peak on Steam is below Concord, so they need some fucking help. I would have bought it, but then the Metacritic turned out to be like 67, and I'm not going in for 67, even if it's only $40. Sorry, bro.
I applied for a code because I thought we might stream it. They didn't give out the
They
code.
didn't give out a code?
I don't know why we keep seeing these insanely low-performing games that will not give out a code.
Yeah, that's the one I played last week because they made the massive demo for people
Yeah.
to try it out, and it transfers to the full game, but it's only on PC for the demo. Even though,
Yeah, they wouldn't even put the demo on console.
yeah,
Like, this feels like a boot, like it has a BioWare guy, Mike Laidlaw, at the head of the studio. It feels like maybe he's just like, no, it's 2008 anymore. Why would I give these YouTube dicks codes? Why would I put my demo on consoles? It's like, so your game sells, so anybody knows your game exists. Phoenix Labs, that is Fae Farm and Dauntless, not Gigantic, that's a different one. Dauntless. They seem to have just shut down. They laid off quote majority of the studio. Their message seemed to be like, okay, we're going to the coffin now. Goodbye.
oof.
Jesus.
What happened was in 2023 they got purchased by a blockchain company called Forte Labs.
Oh.
And apparently they have been trying to fucking hide it since. Like, if they like actual policy, hide who we're owned by from applicants.
What?
And allegedly that partner company's like, put blockchain shit in that game. Put blockchain shit in that game. Put blockchain shit in that game. No fucking wonder they fell apart. EA claims Mass Effect 5 is not in a stage of development to need a full team working on it, to which I say, it's
What?
not out of pre-production?
What?
What do you mean? You're done working on Dragon Age. What? Shouldn't they all be on this?
So they have moved some people to other places in EA, and the message was real vague, and it's like, we're making a more agile BioWare.
Oh, that.
And then people came out and said, yeah, that means they fucking laid me off. They have laid off every single credited writer on Veilguard.
Wow.
I don't think Mass Effect 5 is fucking coming out. Unless we're all entirely wrong and it's literally in post-production and they're bug testing it.
No.
There's no way.
No, but that's
100%
not a chance.
My God.
They really
Like-
should be.
And reminder, Dragon Age has always sold better than Mass Effect. Always. Every single time. There's not a single time it didn't. So Veilguard tanking. I really must stress this. This is not unreasonable sales expectations. It is not a crazy. Veilguard sold less than half of what Dragon Age Origins sold in its first quarter. In 7th gen, on 20% of the gaming spending through the industry, with a smaller console install base as an unknown IP. This game did not have unreasonable expectations. It had reasonable ones that it totally fucking failed to meet. Now, I think there's a discussion to be had why, but you gotta actually have that discussion and not just do the copy thing I keep seeing fanboys do, is saying every company has wildly unrealistic expectations of
Yeah.
everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this was
Yeah,
a
that shit
big,
needs to
expensive
stop.
game.
Yeah.
Like, I do think Square Enix had expecting Rebirth to sell as well as Remake on a platform with half the install base was wrong. That was delusional. But this is just 3 million. Tons of games last year hit 3 million. Rebirth hit 3 million. Dragon's Dogma 2 hit 3 million. Final Fantasy 16 hit 3 million. Like, it shouldn't be impossible for Dragon Age to hit 3 million.
No, but they completely broke faith with the public on the quality of game they could expect. They shifted the genre of the game,
Mm-hmm.
and then the early coverage was very negative.
Yep.
And did you know that they're like, yeah, we can't do a Dragon Age. Like, I was like, why didn't you do a Dragon Age collection? That would have reminded people that Dragon Age was cool.
Yeah.
But they can't, because 1 and 2 were on the Eclipse engine, and literally they have nobody at that company who knows how to use that engine anymore.
Wow! Are you telling me? There's a downside to constantly firing everyone.
To which I say, you couldn't get a Spear or somebody to do it anyway? Like, Bluepoint could work off the retail version of a game
Yeah.
and get a remaster made. Like, there are people who could do this, you just didn't want to.
Right. It just would take work, and you didn't want to do that. You didn't want to pay for that.
Jesus Christ. Well,
But yeah, I like, even, God, what is his name?
Dave Lang.
Him again.
Like, even Patrick Weeks, who was like, has been there since 2025, or not 2025, 2005, and wrote on Mass Effect, Dragon Age Origins, Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3, and Dragon Age Inquisition, and Veilguard, got laid off. Like, how am I supposed to, how are you supposed to make this fucking Mass Effect game? You don't have anybody to write it. You barely have people to make it. Like, the only thing I can think of is that they're going to do the fucking Microsoft move and be like, BioWare is now our idea factory, DICE will make Mass Effect 5.
Yep. Something like that.
Yeah, God.
That's the only fucking way it's coming out.
When
And
did
at
they
least if
announce
DICE
this?
is making it, being a, they announced it, I think in 2020? 2020 Game Awards?
It's been forever. How did they not? God, I hate.
This is a miserable industry to cover.
It really is.
And just as an amusing anecdote, I won't give any specifics. While hanging out at MagFest, my table was randomly and just no connection whatsoever approached by an indie dev talking about how they were former BioWare, former Bethesda, this small collective group that's a co-op revenue share indie startup that's doing a Kickstarter in a few months, and they feel like there's no funding for any of their games and they're doomed. And I'm like, that makes sense. Have you heard of Eternal Strands? And they went, what?
Oh no. No.
That's made by one of your
you worked with
colleagues.
that guy almost certainly.
I literally fly away from Big Things Industry Burning Down segment and it walks up to my table.
Yeah. Oh.
But yeah, that's like, I didn't want this. Like, if you watched my BioWare stream, all those streams, you can see me come away with that message of BioWare can make good games. Management never lets them.
Uh-huh.
And it seems like now the never letting them has become smothering them with a pillow.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking nuts.
Microsoft financials.
Should I play
Gaming
the Price is
revenue
Right
is-
song? One sec.
Gaming revenue is down 7% year over year.
Oh.
But don't worry, they said they're now the biggest publisher in the industry in terms of pure revenue, which I would certainly hope you are. You bought most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Inertia's a hell of a thing.
It's a thing for fanboys to throw in your face while saying Microsoft isn't doing bad. Xbox isn't doing bad because look at all their revenue. Let's not ask about their expenditures.
Yeah, no, never.
Games and content Game Pass, because they don't sell games anymore, is up 2% year over year. You put Call of Duty on Game Pass and you're up 2% year over year?
Literally the biggest game in the world, yeah. What are you going to get GTA on there? Is that the only way you can go bigger?
The best-selling game of last year was Black Ops 6.
Yeah.
They also price hiked Game Pass, if
Oh,
you
they
recall.
Did. They did.
And it's still only
Oh
up
yeah,
2%.
they did.
Yeah.
So that means for sure it lost subs.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because that's the only way it can work. And then they came out today and went like, PC Game Pass is up 30% in this quarter, and I'm like, yeah, and it'll be down again as soon as they finish playing Ninja Gaiden Black 2.
And
Like, we
Avowed.
know how this works, motherfuckers.
God, how close is it?
Hard
Avowed is next month.
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Oh. That'd be great.
No, I'm sorry, slightly more than 2 weeks.
I was like, why are they
It's on
offering...
the 18th.
Yeah, I was like, why are they offering the code weeks after the game's supposed to come out? Oh my god. By the way, I applied for a code for PC
Okay.
because if I'm gonna play it,
Yeah.
I want to play
That's
it at
also-
60
that's-
fucking
that's
frames
also-
per second.
That's also where I will play it if I play it. Hey, you know how many people I've seen mention Avowed other than us?
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone.
Fucking no one.
Literally no one.
Fucking zero.
They didn't even cart it out during their digital event in the last week to be like, hey, want to view the corp before it's out?
Yeah, it's basically just us.
And hardware revenue is down 29% year over year.
It's a big number.
That is a big number,
That's a
but
really
it's going
big
the
number.
wrong direction.
That could be going the right direction.
Expectations for the next fiscal year are single-digit growth in revenue, low single-digit growth in content,
Low single digit. I have a small micro penis.
and continued decline in hardware.
Well, yeah, they seem like they want that.
Low single.
They've already hedged on the Xbox Portable with we're making a version of Windows that other people can put on their portable PCs. Like we're making a gamer version of Windows. So when Valve makes Steam OS like available for other devices, it doesn't fucking slash our throat.
That's their hope.
But
Low single digit.
I completely forgot they cranked the price of Game Pass again. So they lost subs. There is no way they didn't.
Yeah, remember the day one games aren't even on basic Game Pass
Yeah, you
anymore.
need Ultimate or PC now.
So, as I recall, and I could be wrong, they did a normal price hike and the Shadow price hike.
God, that nightmare. They don't even like Bosman bring up in his video.
Yeah.
They didn't know. They don't even feel like they need to explain that. They just say own Game Pass day one.
Yeah, on Game Pass day one, they somehow say that, and they think that's legally okay, and they're getting away with it, and that sucks.
Yep.
I think there's going to be another Game Pass price hike this year.
Yeah.
Yes,
Every year until it's profitable, which is never.
until it's gone, which is gonna happen.
Yes.
And that's it.
That's all the industry
Oh,
burning
thank
down
God.
news.
Huzzah.
God. Okay, buddy. Okay, let's. One moment. I'm just gonna end the podcast accidentally as I try to get the hell out of this segment. Anyways, I'm gonna put a link to that song in the description so that way you can check it out. If you're on Twitch, you can type !industry song. That was in fact Robot Hell covered it on a 2A03 8-bit sound. So this is pretty good. This is pretty good. The whole reason this happened is because the podcast before the podcast started, I was like, you've never had a friend like me on the Genesis has a bass line that makes me think of Robot Hell every time we play it. And then Chris found that song, and they were like, yeah, you don't upload it, but you can do whatever else you want. And I'm like, oh, hell yes. This is the most fitting song possible. Let me just check something real quick. I need to know before we move on. Let's see, checking the general channel on accident. Instead of finding Big Think Dimension related news, I'm finding me posting a screen cap of a video essay called Why the Ghost Twins Are the Most Overpowered Programs in the Matrix.
God.
I'm like, is it the part where they're shot and then they're fine and then they phase through matter? Is it that part? I think I got that. I think I got that watching it back in the day. Did anyone put the PS5 themes news in their news section?
No. It did make me angry, though.
Oh, yeah. We need to cover it. Sony has put out a message that said, thank you for the fantastic response to the classic PlayStation, PS2, PS3, and PS4 limited time console themes, which will be leaving tomorrow. Due to the positive response on these four themes, we're doing some work behind the scenes to bring these special designs back in the months ahead.
How is this going to take months?
Now, hear me out. You could have not gotten rid of them and just left them up until
it was
whatever
on the
thing you're
calendar.
making, whatever thing you're making up that you need to adjust, which you fucking don't. What on earth?
Yeah.
Look, things are in
What the
motion.
fuck are you talking about? The easiest fucking win in the world, and Sony can't take it. They are fucking incapable right now.
I honestly thought it was going to be it's for a limited time. Whoops, people liked it. Here you go forever. Aren't we so great? You fumbled doing nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, the update goes out to remove it. It has to go out. It's going to...
Sony's turning the dial that says bad updates. Ah?
Oh, so stupid.
Oh my god. Jesus. Yeah, Yeah, I already covered the thing about the X3D memory. Let's go to Bob.
Sure. Dino Crisis 1 and 2 both released on GOG. They're part of GOG's new preservation thing. It's called the GOG Preservation Program.
GOG.
So they are DRM free and have quality of life upgrades and are compatible with modern PCs. And their whole thing is they will continue to keep them compatible with modern PC going forward. That's really interesting. I don't know exactly what they've adjusted. I think it's supposed to have a lot of different modes. I want to know if these are actually good versions because this is the first one of this kind of release I've heard about from them because they announced this program a few months back. And alongside these coming out, they also announced the GOG Dream List, which is like a community voted list for more things we put on this program. It's designed in a way that like they can use it as leverage with publishers to get rights to do this out more games, which is really neat. One of the top games right now is Freelancer on PC. A game I played and didn't realize was now like really hard to play on modern PCs. So that'd be cool. I have no idea who owns it.
Man, a company in the industry providing value and doing like a service.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that that when people want something and you provide it for them, you can make money, and that's a really good way to make money that isn't charging people rent for nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, more. It's really sad that every company forgot how to do business completely. It's like goods and services, maybe? We buy them? I don't know.
It seems like a limited market.
Yeah. But yeah, that's neat. I've actually never played Dino Crisis games. Have you guys?
Nope.
No.
All right. Fatal Fury City of the Wolves is getting an open beta. It's going to be February 20th to February 24th. It's going to be on all the consoles it's available on. So PS5, PS4, Xbox Series, and PC. It'll have 8 playable characters, which I don't think they told us which ones, but, 8's still a pretty good number. Like, that's a lot of people to play. Rise of the Ronin is coming to PC March 11th. It's only going to cost $50. This game is still $70.
What? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
What in the world?
Yep. No, there's no reason to buy a $7 game.
Yeah, no. It's insane. Why have they not dropped the price on the PlayStation version? This is crazy.
Well, because they spent way too fucking much money on it.
But it's okay.
Like they expected this game to move 5 million units. That was in their fucking financials. They also expected that Fate Samurai Remnant to move like 2.5 or something else insane.
Really?
Like Koei, I don't think Koei Tecmo has had like an on paper success in a while because they actually do have unrealistic sales expectations.
I don't know why they thought this could sell 5 million and 2.
Because it's a big Sony game that Sony promoted and promised them would sell that much. Because it's becoming pretty obvious that Sony is handing out that gas.
Yeah. Man.
Apparently, Wolong also fucking sold nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe there's a reason they need to
make Ninja Gaiden 4.
Yeah, maybe do Ninja Gaiden. Do an IP people love and know, and you haven't touched in 10 years. Man.
So it's irrefutable now, right? $70 games are fucking busts.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
What are we?
Yeah, it was shitty before. Now it's just clearly smoke and mirrors.
It does feel like literally the nanosecond COVID money turned off, and inflation started going up. That like, okay, $70 no $70 game is going to do as good as anybody wants ever again.
Yeah,
like stop doing it.
Groceries went up, so of course we can't afford the $70 game anymore.
Right. Especially since time is now a scarcity more than it was during COVID.
Yes.
So we have less time to play games and less money to buy them with, so we're buying fewer games.
And guess what? We are sickos who play everything. If somebody only plays like 3 or 4 games a year, imagine the fucking wonderland of years-old games that cost almost nothing they can get. Man, just imagine if Trump actually goes through with the semiconductor tariffs and it's like, nobody can buy a PS5, goodbye GTA 6, you're fucked.
God.
It has the features from PC version you expect, like widescreen support or super widescreen support, 120 frames per second, all that stuff.
Funny that you say that. 7 Rebirth doesn't have ultra widescreen support.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Weird.
The port for 7 Rebirth came out. Digital Foundry has a video on it. It's got shader compilation stutter, even though there's a shader compilation compile at the beginning of playing the game. There's no traversal stutter, which is nice, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and 120 frames per second is the cap. So if you have a mythical future GPU, that will be so much better than our modern GPUs.
Mm-hmm. It's okay, Dan. In 20 years. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. By the way, for anyone who slept through it, I'll just be brief. The 5000 series GPUs seem to be a thermal innovation, which means it's only an innovation for NVIDIA because only NVIDIA invented their thermal innovations. The performance on the 5090 scales directly with the wattage and the price, if you're lucky.
Yeah, isn't the performance like slightly worse pound for pound, like by price, than the 4090? Like you're getting less performance per dollar.
Oh yeah, because of all the cases where it doesn't scale directly with that. There are cases where it does scale with that, but there are cases where it doesn't, where it's like, oh, it costs 25% more and it's 22% more performance. It's to the point where hardware and box, yeah, exactly like chat's saying, they started calling it a 4090 Ti.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's not a new generation. You're not getting anything you would get from a new generation, like drastically better performance per watt and all these other things. And it gets even weirder when you get to third-party cards, because the partner cards don't have NVIDIA's thermal solution. So they are still gigantic bastards and liquid-cooled beasts in order to deal with the now over 500 watts of power coursing through the 5090. So here's what I would recommend to someone who, who is the 5090 for? Is your room cold as hell? Like always? Forever?
You live in Alaska.
Maybe then. Aside from that, I don't know why you would ever... And it's even more absurd because the 5080 in some cases only has like 30% less performance at half the price.
Everyone who buys one immediately turns into the sucker as they press the giant scam button that gets them a car.
That gets to the 5090, they're like, oh boy.
Yeah, it's like astonishing how fast PC guys like just all became, okay, Inspector, here's my wallet.
Yeah, like $2,000. Are you insane?
Now, there is an excellent video from God, I don't want to fuck this name up, so I'm looking up the history. Give me 1 sec. There's an excellent video out right now on why the 5000 series sucks, okay?
Okay.
Paul's Hardware. Thank you, YouTube history. Here's the chart from it, okay? And I'm going to link this video in chat, and I'll try to remember to link this in the comments in the description below. Here's the versus 2 generations ago and versus last flagship of these generations of GPUs. You notice how the 5080 is negative. It is worse performance than the last gen flagship. It's the only one that is that, as the price kept going up.
Oh.
Yeah. So you can also look how the smallest red bar is also there into the 2000 series section. So when I said the 5000 series is the biggest farce since the 2000 series, damn, I was right. It's literally the worst thing on the chart. Like when you look at these performance metrics relative to prior generations, it is the worst on this chart. This is the worst time to buy a GPU.
It's so fun. Like it keeps getting worse. It keeps becoming a worse time to buy a GPU.
Yeah, it literally. We have so many people in the gaming sphere who are still sitting on 1000 series GPUs because they've just been offering a bad deal the whole time.
Well, don't worry. I'm sure that the companies are going to start trying to strong on them into upgrading, like Microsoft is doing. Literally, when we get to news, Microsoft news. Like even if I want, multiple times I've thought I should build a new PC, save some badass PC that'll last a while with a new case that I can just upgrade forever. And it's like, why? I'd have to use Windows 11, which I refuse to do. And even if I didn't have to use Windows 11, the fucking market is so fucked up right now. We need somebody to deep seek NVIDIA like GPUs. We need the deep seek of GPUs.
We do. We were talking about this before we went live of like, it's like for me, I think it's happening in 4 years. Maybe it's less. That China makes a GPU and just sells it. Just flat out. And it like causes an insane amount of pressure on all these other companies. I'm
waiting for the 10-cent console.
Man,
or the NetEase console.
I'm trying to imagine. But Chris, that'll harvest your data.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain this to companies. Literally, like you made that, you presented that exchange to the consumer almost 2 decades ago now. Where it's like, we get to steal your data and you pay less money. That is explicitly the conceit of every fast food app.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, we're going to steal your data and you'll get better prices in the store.
Wow.
TVs are the only thing that have gone down relative to inflation, not up. Because they steal your data.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I for some reason, if Tencent or any other Chinese company makes a console, I'm just like, well, Red Ash is going to launch on there, right?
Yes.
No, because Soldier Boy isn't involved.
Darn it.
And again, I really have to say this. What data on me can a Chinese company harvest that a Western company wouldn't just sell them if they asked?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like right now, if you told me, sure, this Italian console is very cool, but the government of Italy will have your information, it'd be like, cool. Can I sign up to a newsletter to find out what Italy's doing with my fucking data? It's annoying here because the ads I get are annoying here. You know, I'll be talking to someone and a phone will hear a thing and then I get an annoying fucking ad for that thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even effective. Like, I'm not buying the thing or watching the thing because you had the pop-up. I'm just pissed. Anyway, I'm hoping Intel and AMD provide market pressure, but relying on AMD to do that's...
No, they got this. This is the time.
This is the time.
Gotta be Team Red.
Oh, I'd love to be Team Red, but I have this thing called a perception of reality.
Oh no.
Yeah.
How could you?
Yeah.
The Devil May Cry Netflix show released their intro, and that's the cartoon. It comes out April 3rd. The intro is set to Limp Bizkit's Rollin'.
Yes.
What?
Fucking hilarious.
Yes.
Masterful gambit. Absolutely fucking hilarious.
There's like characters in the intro that look like they might be cool, like shockingly more than I thought there'd be.
Mm-hmm.
It is a real collection.
It is. It's a menage of every single iconography thing from the whole franchise, it feels like. Plus a few new characters like that bunny person I think is new. But a lot of them are like, this is an enemy from 5. It shows a sword from 4 in the church logo, which Dero, I don't know if he's going to be in this. It shows swords from Devil May Cry 2, including ones Dante gets and Lucia's main weapons.
Wow.
It has Lady in there, but as far as like main characters, it seems like it shows Dante and Lady, and then a few villains. And I think that like maybe a couple frames of Virgil. I have no idea.
There's like a glasses guy who has like a Punisher logo show up after him. Is like the big stone guy supposed to be Mundus maybe with Jim in his head?
Yeah.
There's Lady. There's like the pendant. They show the pendant and Nello Angelo. They show the rabbit dude and like he has guys with him. There's like a bunch of characters in this.
All of this cut to Roland.
Which is
I'm going to be honest. I couldn't pay attention to any of the imagery. I spent my entire watch time, all of my brain power dedicated to why the fuck is it rolling?
Yeah, it doesn't. I feel like it doesn't fit.
It's like, okay, clearly someone explained to you what Devil May Cry is, but I don't think you know.
Right, like this.
They have the fucking villain from 2 in there. Even I'm like, you don't need to put that dude in this.
It does genuinely feel like they explained what Devil May Cry was and when it came out to someone, and then they chose the song based on that without having understood the nuanced difference. I think it's funny as shit, though. I'll take it. I'll take. That's way better than any of the Castlevania intros.
Oh, it is absolutely, because it's a song. Turns out that helps. And it's not 5 seconds.
There's no world in which I wouldn't be able to describe to you this intro after having watched a whole season of it.
Yeah.
I'm really excited. When was this again?
April 3rd. Coming up.
Should have been 2 days earlier.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going to be in the show because they literally showed every single piece of iconography from the whole franchise. It could be anything. What's up?
It's good.
Do you think they'll have Olympus to soundtrack the whole thing? Because that'd be pretty great, honestly. Like if they tried to integrate that into the show itself, it'd be so funny.
I'm like, would they put enough money in to license a bunch of music?
I don't know.
Right.
At the same time, it's like Devil May Cry is known for its own music. It is.
So I need a tense moment with the backdrop of a soft orchestral reprise of Limp Bizkit's "Rollin'."
It's played on an organ like it's Devil May Cry 1 music. Oh yeah.
Like Virgil shows up and it's still rolling, but there's some like shamisen in the background.
Jesus. There are a few gaming events announced. Summer Game Fest 2025 showcase will happen June 6th, and it's going to be 2 hours long. That's the Jeff Keighley joint.
Expect to see us there. You better be there with us.
Right.
We're going to grab you by the ankles and drag you down into this marsh.
God, it's going to be great, right? It always is, right? In just a few weeks here, I guess next week, Capcom's doing a spotlight stream for February 4th. It's going to have Monster Hunter Wilds, Onimusha Way of the Sword, and then their 2 fighting game collections. So Fighting Collection 2 and Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics, which I think is out already. So I don't know why that's there. But I guess they want to promote it.
To remind you it exists.
Yeah. He's putting it on sale too. I'm like, did that not sell well? You did charge like $40+ for it, which maybe it was 50. I remember it just being like a little bit higher than I wanted for that. What's up?
Someone in chat said something in regards to the Devil May Cry series.
Okay.
Which I looked up to be sure. But yeah, they said during what was it, Lightbox Expo 2024, Adi Shankar said that Power Glove is who did the OST Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon are going to be composers for the series. Yeah,
maybe that sounds.
Adi played their cover of "Bury the Light" at some point during the presentation.
Yeah, I think they I think they did music for. I think they've worked either like he did it for. Like they did music for that Ubisoft thing I forget the name of that has Rayman eat sushi off the woman.
That's what that's what this is. That's the Far Cry Blood Dragon thing.
Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon is just the expansion of Far Cry 3.
Yeah, that's the expansion.
But the
Captain Laserhawk is based on Blood Dragon also.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's this.
Oh, so they were at MagFest.
Cool.
I don't think I watched them. Maybe I made it for the tail end of it. Anyway,
maybe that won't suck, but I have no idea. I didn't play that game or watch that cartoon. A game called The Directorate. Novitiate, I
assume.
Okay.
Like Initiate?
I guess.
But Novitiate?
Was announced for PC. You play as a magical gangster in the third-person shooter that looks 7th gen as hell. It says it's also an action RPG, so there's going to be RPG elements to this. But sometime in this year, it's going to have early access, and we'll get to play it. I'd suggest checking out the trailer. It is hilariously bad looking.
God damn it.
I said Seventh Gen is hell. But yeah, even in the press release about it says gun kata. So.
Yeah, no, like there's nothing visually in this trailer I don't like when it's not moving.
So hey, check that out. Playism did a miniature, they called it a mini direct or something like that. It happened at 2 a.m. yesterday. It lasted 6 minutes. They were not kidding when they said it was a mini direct.
Yeah, that's fucking nutty.
A mini showcase or whatever they called it. The only things from it that I was really interested in is a game I've actually been watching for a while called Nitro Express. It's going to be out in the spring. You play as it's a 2D side scroller where it uses pixel art, and you play as these like little anime girls with like modern day guns, and you shoot stuff. It looks really cool, and the animations look great. It's also going to be at the Steam Next Fest starting February 24th to March 3rd. So you can try the demo then, which I definitely will, and get back to you about it.
Okay, I just looked up all the information to confirm. I love that I have to keep doing this. It is the original Blood Dragon game.
Okay.
It's not the series.
It's not the series.
And because Seahorse in chat wasn't sure if it was the same Power Glove, it is the same Power Glove that was at MagFest.
Okay.
I wish I got to listen to them and then could be like, oh, they're good. I didn't play Blood Dragon and I didn't make it to that, so. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we saw the very, very tail end of that. It was pretty good. No, it wasn't, Dan. You read that wrong? Okay, well, I'm got 7 tabs open. Anyways, continue, Bob.
Claire Obscura Expedition 33 is getting a film? Allegedly.
Story world. Story world.
Yeah, it's being made in production, I guess, by this company called Story Kitchen, which I think I've heard of before. I assume they're funding the production of it. I don't know. This game's not even out. What are you doing? Sure,
yeah, I don't know why every like, I get that video game adaptations seem like the new hot thing, and it's like, guys, people have to like your fucking game first.
Yeah, right.
And in fact, I'm willing to go so far as announcing a movie before your game is out makes people delete you from their brain. Because there are so many bad projects that do that.
All right. My last 2 news stories are not like news per se. They're just things I saw on Twitter that I haven't seen anyone bring up. Under the tweet that Team Ninja did about all the Ninja Gaiden releasing, calling it the Year of the Ninja.
Uh-huh.
Right under that is Lizard Cube, who did Streets of Rage 4 and are presumably working on Shinobi. And they're like, we agree. And have a little ninja smile. Like,
hot big thing to mention, Scoop. We can read tweets.
Yes.
Dope.
So probably Shinobi coming out this year. That'd be really cool.
That'd be really cool. Can we also get like kind of like Ninja Gaiden 4 get a new 3D?
I know, right?
Shinobi, please.
Please. I'll even take a HD re-release.
Do any of you remember when Big Think's intro was Shinobi music from Shinobi 3? No, you don't. Stop lying.
Yeah, I was like, that was 2 episodes or something, right?
Yeah, it was like 5.
Okay.
It's like 5 episodes. It's a really fucking good song, though.
It is.
A really fucking good song. Also, Bob, Power Glove Audio and Power Glove are not the same thing. But everything I said was true except for that they were the people at MagFest.
Okay.
That is Power Glove. Power Glove Audio did the Far Cry Blood Dragon soundtrack, and they're doing the soundtrack composing for the new Devil May Cry series.
Okay.
Do not name your band or audio group after just an NES accessory, please. Please be even slightly more inventive, thank you.
I have some bad news about some music production groups we'll have to talk about later in the podcast.
I don't know what you're talking about. I hope this is a bluff.
Well, it's not an NES. We'll get there. We'll get there.
God damn it.
Harada also did a gigantic tweet explaining his relationship with Itagaki and the feud they had over that decade-long history.
Uh-huh.
Where Itagaki did the whole like game interview saying Tekken's trash and all that. he explained his side of the story and what that was all about. It's pretty neat. You should go check it out. Basically, he says, "Yeah, I had nothing to do with that, and I wasn't allowed to say anything to him about it." But after he retired from the Tecmo or Koei Tecmo, he's like, "Yeah, I saw you as a compatriot in arms and always a good friend." Like, wow, Itagaki sounds insane. And there's a lot of parts of the story that make Itagaki sound insane. Like he apparently,
I mean, Itagaki is clearly insane.
It's true.
Yeah, it's like literally dug up information on Harada to find out he went to the same college, and thus started calling him his junior from then on.
Ooh, that's
What a
Yeah.
he's such a fascinating character. I wish he hadn't gotten swallowed by slop.
Yes. Yeah. I wish we had more of his exact brand of weirdness still in the industry.
There's like a certain kind of bizarre weirdo who just will get killed instantly by AI and NFT shit. Like it instantly traps their mind.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't it work on Ken Levine?
I don't know.
Because he was already in something. Wait until fucking Judas comes out.
Oh yeah, as soon as that game comes out, it's over.
One moment, I will do that. Everyone just wait. This will play great for the listeners. One moment.
No, this year, Dan. This year. Definitely this year.
It's like most anticipated game, the heat death of the universe. Okay, get out of here.
Trying to steal my job. Sitting around and waiting for Judas to come out. God.
Hey, Chris. I hear you got some news.
I do. People Can Fly. They are the developers of Outriders and Gears of War Judgment. And I think Painkiller? Were they Painkiller? Yeah, they're Painkiller. Yeah. They are co-developing Gears E-Day with the Coalition. On the one hand, that's good because I think Judgment had a pretty decent campaign. So they have made good Gears of War content. On the other, why can't one of Microsoft Studios be like lead primary developer of one of their games? Like Fable is clearly mostly being done by Eidos Montreal. Perfect Dark is clearly mostly being done by Crystal Dynamics. And now this.
Yep.
Like, their contractor policy really just makes them incapable of making anything. And I made fun of this, and people were like, every game has a million studios on it now. And I'm like, shut up.
That's not what this is.
It's different. That's not what this is, you fucking mong.
This is like Call of Duty. This is not like Uncharted 4. These are two different things. And it's even worse because at least Call of Duty's all owned by the same publisher, right? Mm-hmm. That is their developers that are in-house. They may outsource some of the asset creation, but the core development, as far as I know, is being made by 8 different Activision studios.
Right.
Microsoft just has to plead and beg and get someone outside of their own company every fucking time. And they even have bad relationships in those situations.
Yeah.
They literally can't make a game to save their fucking lives. Ship Fable! God! Do I need to get the skeleton?
This year.
Let me get the skeleton. I'm getting the skeleton again. Just fucking shoot me in the foot already. I am so
They're not.
tired.
It's going to be 2026. I'm sorry, Dan.
Then announce it, you rude fuck.
They won't.
That's what summer is for.
They'll announce it in May and then confirm it will not be at the Xbox event that year.
You are making me wait 7 months for some shit that leaked last year. For you to just be like,
maybe it'll work out and they actually undelayed it and it will be this year.
Good. Ship it the least done you've ever shipped a fucking game. Get it the
That
fuck
is literally not fucking possible after Redfall. No game can ever be less done than Redfall. The fucking enemies didn't work.
Yeah, we can do better.
We can't.
What if the title screen only worked half of the time?
No, we can't, Dan, because it's going to ship day and date on PS5 and Sony won't let them.
Only with Xbox Game Pass can you play this game. That's nowhere near done. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. Why Fable? Couldn't they put up
say-
a whipping boy I have no attachment to to tease it? How many years? How many years? How many years? How many years? How many years?
Well, this is we're going into the 5th because it was revealed at the first Xbox reveal with that bad frog trailer.
Industry.
I hate dealing with Microsoft. I'm fucking tired of that motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft needs to be like, ah, shit, that's damn video games. I better keep my ass out of the news.
Leadership shakeup at Sony. Oh wait, that's not the next story. The next story is Sega trademarks Skies of Arcadia and Eternal Arcadia. That's a Japanese name. In Japan. Please do a re-release and please don't let Forever Entertainment be involved at all. Did you know that Donkey Kong Country Returns on Switch is fucked because of Forever Entertainment?
Now, I wanted to explain a nuance, Bob. You probably didn't watch the video I quote tweeted, did you?
I think I did.
Okay. Aggro? Because I knew the load times were fucked. I knew some of the graphics were literally missing. What I didn't understand is in Donkey Kong Country Returns, they will set up platforming that will only be possible if you're single player. And the way they fix it for multiplayer is bouncing off the enemy has an extended hitbox. So if your ally, your player 2, jumps on top of an enemy you've already jumped off top of, it will bounce them properly. So the platforming is still possible for them.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know that was a feature. So Diddy will just fall through.
God. Complete trash. I don't know how Nintendo released that.
Putting younger siblings firmly in their proper place.
Because Nintendo is now in the 3DS mode. They were in when the original Switch was about to come out. Where it's like, we don't give a shit.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah. Ludicrous.
I might have gotten that version at some point, but obviously I'm not gonna if it's fucked up.
Yeah,
Like Forever Entertainment cannot get a W. Everything they've worked on is trash.
Yeah, they're the worst.
It's been really good watching the whole arc play out of me being like, yeah, this Panzer Dragoon remake is bad. And then a couple, literally 2, Panzer Dragoon fans getting really upset. They're like, no, it's great. It's great. It's a Panzer Dragoon thing. It's great. And I'm like, no, it deserves better. And they just, for years, were just upset about that for some reason. And as Forever Entertainment got access to more and more fandoms, more and more people were like, this is terrible. Fuck you.
Yeah.
They just keep getting away with it.
I don't know how they keep getting hired. Yeah. Terrible.
Fucking nuts.
Dog shit company. Leadership shakeup at Sony. Kenichiro Yoshida, who was CEO of Sony Group, the big CEO, has retired from the position as CEO. He is now only chairman. Hiroki Totoki has been promoted to CEO of Sony.
Okay, yeah, the guy who's been running this stuff.
Running Sony.
Yeah.
Running PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
Hideki Noshino, who was previously co-CEO of PlayStation with Herman Hulst, he seemed to have a few more fucking responsibilities than Herman Hulst, is now simply the CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment. They are getting rid of the 2 CEOs arrangement, and Herman Hulst is being explicitly demoted back into his former job.
Good. It's not harsh enough, but it's a start.
This feels like a very Japanese punishment where it's like we will shame you and treat you like shit for several years. I wonder if Hulst stays, because I feel like being told you're being demoted and you have no shot whatsoever at the big chair ever. Like, will that get him to leave?
Like this is a very specific. He's being demoted to his job.
Right.
That is an arcane and very specific fuck you.
and the person who was previously his peer is now his direct superior.
Yep.
Still also basically in his job, just also is your boss now.
Well, he couldn't tell him no before, Aggro. Now he can. So yeah, the joke that we kept telling about, like, so they're gonna take Sony HQ back to Japan. That could conceivably happen. I feel like we're getting closer to that being able to happen.
I feel like if you look at what Astrobot cost versus what it made, Concord, and then you're looking at the quadruple A stuff Sony's been putting out, you already know the portable market is a good idea because that's a growth segment. And you already see the Switch 2 about to release and be that level of hardware. You're probably as a Japanese executive from the Japanese end of the company, probably
Who sees that
looking at
who
these
sees that
numbers and going,
PlayStation is fucking dead in Japan. Stone fucking dead.
you're probably looking at this going, what the fuck why are we spending more money to be less accessible? Why are we spending more money to have less interest to individuals? You know, part of the thing that got people with PlayStation 2 especially is that it had something for literally everyone. Literally, the variety was there. That's important. Don't spend all your money to spend 5 years making a single video game that's a sequel.
Or has
This guy is and Hideaki Noshino has basically been at Sony for fucking ever, since 2000.
Oh, then he has the mandate of heaven. We should have seen that coming.
Like I feel like I joked about this on Blue Sky. I feel like the collapse of the American tech space is going to be Asian companies just buying all of them or taking over them and being like, we know how to make money and you obviously don't.
I
So
do wonder. I wonder how much of that will be Asian versus just China. I do wonder how much will Japanese companies come in and buy like lots of Western studios. Will we see repeat of the 80s?
I don't know if we'll see that.
Right. So I think it's just China.
So
but that
how
would
long
be
before
fucking
we find out Fair Games is canceled?
Oh, it's got to be soon, right?
hilarious. It's got to be soon if it's canceled, but again, they made a new studio for that too. But now
now Herman Hulst is explicitly not in charge.
Uh-huh.
He has no power anymore except for the pittance they give him, assuming he doesn't announce he is leaving in 2 weeks.
Chat, I feel like I'm going insane. Fair Games is made by Jade Raymond,
Yeah.
right? Why do we
Yes.
have Jade Raymond working on a service game?
Because everyone's working
Because
on a
Sony
service
wanted
game.
it.
That's all they want. And maybe the Concord doing that healed them in some way of like, oh, we can't make any of these.
Yeah, I'm like, again, like I keep saying, unless they're going to announce Fair Games is out in a month, like it's some kind of a Sony Direct, a Sony State of Play. Like it's over. When was the last State of Play? Was it like August?
It's
Yeah,
been a
something
while.
like that. Yeah, it's been a
August,
while.
September, somewhere around there.
No, there was one more recently than that because it was September 24th, I think, was the last one.
Oh, okay.
So that's a fucking while ago.
Yeah, no, that's a long while.
Yeah, they don't have shit to talk about. They just canceled all the shit they would talk about, and they don't want to talk about the things that they haven't canceled that are way too far off.
So I feel like we're just gonna get Fair Games was canceled. If it gets canceled, it will be canceled within the next 2 months because it's going to be canceled before the end of the fiscal year. They don't want to carry it into the next fiscal year.
I would imagine not, but the Jade Raymond studio may make it insulated so they'll. But yes, if it will be canceled, I bet it is by the end of March. Chat, the name isn't Fair Space Game. Please get it correct.
It is Fair Games with
all
a dollar
one word.
sign for the S.
Exactly.
It doesn't have
It's like
an underscore
it's like how
No.
between the
No.
Okay,
No, it's all
okay.
one word.
It's-
All one word with
it's like
a
how
dollar
it
sign.
isn't Dragon Ball Fighter Z. It is Dragon Ball
Oh,
Fighters.
Important.
You just know that over and over again, someone has been in a boardroom desperately arguing the point that no, this is very different from Concord. We have all this revolutionary AI shit. Yawning chasm for the explanation of how that's better. This is going to work. And I just so earnestly want to hear the shape of those arguments.
Yeah, did you see the marketing version of those arguments?
Yeah, I would love to just know how that's going in the back room now.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
Hey.
T-Lips played his famous song, It's Hydro City, not Hydrosity. Hydrosity is not a word. Hydrosity is not a word. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
PS Plus free games for February are Payday 3. Hey Sony.
Hey.
So you're about to
Oops.
release Fair Games?
Go.
Oops.
Go on.
Theoretically,
Uh-huh.
a game that is exactly fucking like this. That you're just giving away for free to literally every single person who would be able to play Fair Games.
Are you telling me another game has AI monkey masks?
Oh my god.
That's
That's not the core
crazy, bro.
feature of fair games. And
Someone
Sony
at
might think
Sony
it is.
does believe that, yes.
And his name's Herman Hulst.
His name is Terminal.
This whole conversation is reminding me of something else from that interview with Adam Boyes and Jeff Gertzman, where they talk about how extraction shooters, people might see it as an untapped market that is like a gold rush that everyone needs to run towards. Like, oh my God, is that why everyone's jumping into this pit?
Yeah.
Yes,
Jesus.
Because Escape from Tarkov did well.
and this is something Pat Stairs had said.
Right.
This is something Pat Stairs said. There isn't a market for an extraction shooter. Nobody likes extraction shooters. They fucking like Tarkov.
Yep.
Yeah, like this specific genre really feels like Magic the Gathering, where Magic the Gathering came out and everybody thought, okay, this is the starting point. We can iterate on this and make it more complex and we'll grow the genre, and kept dying on the rock wall of Magic the Gathering because that was the game everybody wanted to play.
Yeah. Like, you're not going to be Pepsi, motherfucker. You're not even going to be RC Cola.
Oh God, not even achieving RC Cola. That's rough.
God, I would have loved it if somehow Concord got to be the RC Cola of the gaming industry.
Look, RC Cola is a perfectly respectable cola option, and it has nothing to do with the fact that I've got a lot of family from Columbus, Georgia.
The other two free games for February are Pac-Man World Repacked, which I think is a decent game,
Yeah.
I haven't bought that
and
yet.
High
Neat.
on Life. You know, I didn't actually beat that on stream. I played half of it and tapped out. I might have to not only replay it, but beat the DLC. Perhaps it might be some sort of birthday donathon goal.
Oh, cool.
High on Life, High on Knife.
The gimmick
Elliot-
1 and 2 flop swap not sounding so bad now, is it, Bob?
You're right.
It's time for the Tiny Tina's Wonderlands versus High on Life, High on Knife flop swap.
Oh
Which
my
game?
God.
No, that's not on. Borderlands isn't unfunny enough for this. It would have
Yeah, I
to
was
be the
gonna say,
Saints
that's
Row,
not
the
the
Saints Row
ballpark.
versus Saints Row, the Saints Row versus High on Life.
I'm getting tired.
That's the correct emotion.
Curse's stream ideas are making me dizzy.
Elliot Page's production company has acquired the rights to a TV adaptation of Beyond Two Souls. Did he acquire these rights just so nobody else could ever make it?
I think so.
So
Either one, it's never going to get made for the reason I just said, or Elliot Page will make it a transgender allegory, and David Cage will get so mad he has to go to the hospital.
Both fine options.
I know, right? Either one's great.
Like in the Elliot Page is like, in the original, you got psychic powers because of your unborn twin. And this it's because you're trans.
And then
yeah, I think that you blow blood vessel. Yeah.
and then David Cage is just like, I don't understand. And then he's like, well, let me explain. So being transgender, and he's like, no, what is that? That's the first time he'll have to confront that. Imagine you have to explain that to David Cage.
No, David Cage is a very progressive liberal person. He supports trans people as long as they aren't around him. That does seem to be the MO of most guys like David Cage. As long as they're abstract and theoretical, thumbs up. Publisher Compile Heart and Dev Nalo announced Scar-Led Salvation, out May 29th in Japan. It is an anime aesthetic Returnal-like.
What do you mean it's a Returnal-like?
Yeah,
It's a third-person shooter rogue-like where you air dash around.
Yeah,
What?
No, it is direct. I thought he might be abstracting this a little bit. It's insane.
I think the official shit compares it to Returnal even.
I found it really funny because part of their marketing verbiage is it's in a death loop. A loop of death. Sorry. And
Try and follow along, but this is a loop of death.
This is just very low rent looking.
Yeah.
Anime Returnal.
Yeah, super.
Sorry, everyone. I'm sure Chris's model is becoming a block or something. I'm just. This is fucking hilarious.
It even has like the bullet hell patterns. Like
yeah, no, it is fucking 100%
It's 1-to-1.
Returnal, but anime. Has this been announced for a Western release?
Not yet, but it feels inevitable.
Is there going to be a log cabin where I find out about my tragic history?
It's so bad that like
God,
no matter
that was
what,
such dog shit.
yeah, no matter what the plot is in this, it's almost certainly better than Returnal.
They really didn't integrate that well.
No.
That's my
You know what
number
the- you know
one
what the
problem
act-
with it.
You know what pisses me off about Returnal is the actually cool ending is the halfway point, and that there's no way that wasn't actually the original end of the game before Sony was like, it has to be more prestige. Like we like where she gets rescued, goes home, lives a full life, dies, and then wakes up back on that fucking planet. It's like, you left the planet, you didn't escape this loop. Like that is the interesting ending to me, even if they did steal it from Prey 2.
I'm now so...
Of course.
Spoilers for a lot of things.
Yeah, right?
Prey 2 never came out. I
Oh,
can't
you
spoil
mean-
a game that never fucking came out. I mean,
there's
actual
a
Prey
second-
2, not
there's a
Bethesda
second
Prey 2.
Prey game.
Okay, I thought that you were talking about
Yeah.
actual.
No, not
yeah.
Bethesda Prey. Sequel, the planned sequel to original Native American id Tech 3 Prey. That was like one of the endings where like the bounty hunter would get in a time loop and die. He would like beat the game, resolve the plot, go home, live a full life, die, and then wake back up at the fucking start of that plot.
I am thinking about Housemarque again, and I'm so exhausted.
I know, right? Hey, that guy from Platinum's there. Maybe
Yeah.
he's working on something cool.
Yeah, the director of all the games I like from Housemarque is not there.
I know, that sucks. Sucks real bad. It's okay. We can look forward to Matterfall 2. Oh, that director's still there.
I need you all to imagine that you have a favorite game developer and they made one game that was completely unattractive to you in every fucking sense. And then that's the one people bring up the most.
Oh yeah. What's their Metroidvania?
Next mock wait. Outlast?
Outlast.
Yeah.
There's one moment in Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown that has that mechanic, and you get that mechanic that you can use at any point.
Uh-huh.
And they just don't use it. They're like, yeah, it was for that. What? We made a whole button for
okay.
this.
That's
What are you doing?
all right.
And Forza Horizon announced for PS5. It's going to be this spring. It has crossplay and all the bullshit. It's Forza Horizon 5. Not Motorsport, because that fucking tanked. Hey, guess what? Right now, this second, more than 3 years after release, Forza Horizon 5 has more than double the players on Steam of Forza Motorsport, the game that came out in 2023.
Not surprising.
Not even a little.
Oh, the
bit.
peak players, I mean, the peak players of that
Oh.
game ever on Steam.
There we go.
You know what the peak? Let's guess what the peak players are, because I know, but I know. I don't know the exact number, but I know the first two digits, which are what and how many digits there are, which is what matters. Dan, peak players of Forza Motorsport, no number. We removed it.
on Steam. 1,200.
Bob,
5,000.
aggro,
2,400.
4,500.
Okay, good.
Okay.
And right now, this second, 11,000 people are playing Forza Horizon 5.
That's a little higher. That's okay. Forza Horizon 5 just came out at the tail end of 2021.
I'm surprised they're doing this because that means that they might have to keep this game going for more than the usual lifespan of a Horizon game.
Yeah, that's true. Forza game.
Forza Horizon game.
It also happens to the motorsport
Yes,
games.
it happens to
Yeah.
all of them.
Right. So that's why.
It's a
Yeah.
Forza game in general.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Forza game in general. I'm glad
Well,
I
it
have
depends
a
on
disc
how well it
for-
sells on PlayStation.
It's like, yeah, we released all those licenses right now. It's gone after a year.
It's not going to work after a year. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure not only would every consumer be coming for your ass, Sony would.
Well, it doesn't stop working. They just can't sell it anymore.
That is true.
Yeah, that's right.
That is true.
So they could just be like, it didn't sell enough. Okay, it's early 2026. It's going away forever.
So Halo coming to
Like, there's no
PS5
way it's
this
going to have
year,
a physical version. There's no way it's going to have a physical version on PS5. Microsoft doesn't do that anymore.
When they did a physical version of something owned by Microsoft, they partnered with Limited Run
They
Games.
did.
I think,
That was
so.
for that
Hi-Fi Rush,
Hi-Fi
wasn't it?
Rush. Yes.
Yeah.
That was
so,
a year ago. It's changed a lot.
Man, it's crazy. Halo coming to PS5 this year, huh? Them the rumors.
It is so obvious that they're hiding Halo until the last second because they know they will never sell a fucking Xbox again the moment that is revealed.
They're just waiting for the it's not even a strategic thing.
Yeah.
They're just waiting until the Split 2 is announced so they can announce it for that and PlayStation at the same time.
Yeah. That's the understanding, yeah.
Yeah.
The understanding is that
I'm excited to buy the Master Chief Collection on PS5.
Oh, me too.
yeah, me too.
I'm excited to buy the Gears of War collection on PS5.
Me too. As I said, by the time they start shipping anything, the best place to play it will be the PS5 and PS5 Pro.
Yeah.
Maybe that's because they won't even sell you an Xbox by then.
Did you see fucking Phil Spencer was like, yeah, we think our hardware should provide value, and it's like, why'd you in back him, Pat?
It's how is it doing that then?
Yeah,
it was like our hardware should provide value independent of exclusive games. Like it was like we don't need exclusive games. The hardware will provide the value. And I'm like, it's not, sir. It isn't. It's not doing that.
It's amazing.
That's why you're literally have no sales whatsoever.
It's amazing that the only reason Phil Spencer would ever bring up an expectation or a responsibility he has as a console owner, as a platform manager, is to move a goalpost.
Yeah.
I was like, that's weird. Why would he bring that up? Oh, right. In order to say no one actually wants exclusive games.
Mm-hmm.
What's the number one complaint about the PS5 again?
Got no games. What? No, but that's not something people want. Nobody cares about games. You want games everywhere. Games are on your phone.
Bob, we need to stick you in an oversized suit and then pad you a little bit so you come off as fatter and then just somehow do your hair up like Phil and then you just get to be Phil in videos. I like this version of Phil you do where he has a tantrum really loud. God.
Well, that's all my news.
And I guess that's all of the news.
Except for the Xbox event.
Developer Direct. Also, I guess Ridge Racer 64 is on Nintendo Switch Online, and chat has been like, yo, and I've been like, you care?
They did a 64 one?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I missed that entirely.
Same.
Huh.
That's
that
not exactly,
really bad.
It's not like, it's no Ridge Racer Type 4 at minimum, so.
Right.
Anyway, that's out there. So there you go. It was developed by Nintendo Software Tech, so NST. That's cool.
Huh.
That's cool. It's an interesting oddity. Anyway, hey, let's talk about the Xbox Developer Direct.
Sure. They opened this up with Ninja Gaiden 4. Like, hey, there's a new Ninja Gaiden game. Isn't that crazy? It's made by Team Ninja and Platinum together. Apparently funded partially by Microsoft because it does have the Microsoft Game Studios logo at the beginning. Or Xbox Game Studios. But it will come to everything. It's going to be on PS5, PC, and Xbox Series. So it's in no way actually an exclusive or anything like that.
This is one of those situations where it's like we're publishing it and we're marketing, but it's not day one Game Pass, right? Or did they say it is?
Everything's day one Game Pass in this event. So yes, it's honestly day one Game Pass, and I do worry about that hurting the franchise. You were gonna say?
No, I was just saying, wow, that is a bad idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. New game looks pretty neat. It's funny that it has the visuals that are actually less high fidelity looking than Black 2. Just like it looks like it's probably made an in-house engine on of Platinum. Clearly not as high fidelity, but it won't have TA, so it'll look better when it comes out.
Amazing how that works.
It seems to be about mostly a new protagonist. He seems pretty edgy, very different from Ryu in that way. And it's set. The setting was really neat. Of like a dragging corpses over Tokyo and causing a cursed rain.
Oh fuck yeah, that's cool.
So it might be more return to form for like Ninja Gaiden 1, where it's more of like one place that you explore fully, and not a globe-trotting adventure with individual levels that don't connect at all. We'll see. I'm super excited, but also a little worried because of new protagonists and stuff. But it will almost certainly have the best boss fights in the series. I don't think Platinum Games have ever made a boss fight as bad as Ninja Gaiden's. Which
No.
I'm trying to think. There might be some, but it's not the average.
It would have I think the worst ones are probably in that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game that nobody played.
Oh, probably. Yeah, that and the core ones weren't great.
Because that I think those boss fights are almost literally balanced for you. Better have 4 players.
Oh, I think a lot of game was balanced like that. Yeah, so I'm not surprised. So that's cool. I talked a lot about, hey, is Platinum gonna survive past this game, or are they just gonna be like? I think Chris was saying in chat. Like they're just gonna poach everyone from this from Team Ninja.
It feels almost certainly like, because this game is out this fall.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason we don't have a date is because they don't want it to be within a month of GTA 6. All those people left last month. Like, it feels like, okay, the game's now done and is entering QA. We're leaving. Like,
yeah, I think the game director even was from Team Ninja. Like they did. This is the style of the developer direct is trying to make it more personal and more like you're interviewing developers. It's very fake, but they still at least have like, okay, this is the actual director, and he had Team Ninja next to his name. It's like, so how much of this is that Platinum? I'm very curious. I'd love to see a breakdown. After that, they did their shadow drop of Black 2, which came out that same day, which is pretty cool. Then they moved on to South of Midnight, which that's the worst thing you could have done, because this is another action game very much in the same vein as Ninja Gaiden. Space those out a little bit. It seems neat. This is the game that's got the stop motion art style to it, so it looks really nice. It's set in the Farth House. I think it's Louisiana, but I'm not sure. Probably is Louisiana.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, with a bunch of that folklore. Something that stuck with me, and I think maybe this is just the problem I have that was Bosman-like, of like, they introduced this whole segment was Hazel is a weaver. And something about that was really funny. Like, okay, that's the name of your main character, and you've told me
and she weaves.
she weaves.
Does she weave somber tapestries?
Is she the lesser of 2 weavers?
God damn it.
I don't like this. You know, you get some cool Cajun folklore, like about the old bay monster who oversees your fish.
Oh no! But apparently that means all her weapons are textile based.
Ooh.
She's got like implements that would be used for that.
Yeah, she's got like a spindle, some loom hooks, a distaff.
It's just a mix of combat and traversal. They talk about the musical change as boss fights progress, and they show that, of course, one of the main ways to dictate story is watch the ghosts play out the things that happened in the past while you stand and look at them. Like,
Yeah, that's what we do now. Audio logs are bad. Cutscenes are hard.
please, anything but this.
Nope.
I've seen this too many times.
This forever.
Don't try and make it hype when you do this either. Like,
Fuck it. Break immersion. Put a fucking camera in the corner and have the person's face looking directly at me talking like it's an old PC CD-ROM game.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it did seem like the scenes with the ghosts were just cutscenes.
it didn't look like that to me, but I need to go back and look again. But it looked a lot like, okay, yeah, I can just walk around this room while they do this.
While they talk.
Maybe not, though.
I still have not watched this direct. I was too busy playing Metaphor.
Valid.
Incredibly.
Yeah, there's some neat things. I think it's worth a viewing, but yeah, I get it. That's going to be out April 8th, so it's pretty close.
Cool.
I think it was the only thing in this direct not slated to come to PS5.
Fucked up.
Oh, yeah, weird.
Hey, Agra, how does that make you feel?
Fucked up.
It's probably going to come out in like 2 months after or something.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident.
Yeah, like there's no reason. Like this isn't going to be a big seller.
Well, yeah, exactly. So it won't be a big seller. Why would they put money into porting it?
Well, we'll sell literally 0 on one system and any at all on the other.
Oh, they don't know that because, see, bringing your game to PS5 is a multiplying factor, right? It's a magnifier. But the problem is if it's 0, That's still 0.
But that's all of these.
Oh. No, there's going to be 10 guys who get doomed to Dark Age. Physically on Xbox.
Weirdly, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, not published by Microsoft like 4.
Right, okay.
But its only physical release is going through Play Asia on PS5 only. Yeah. What?
I don't know.
Then they've started talking about Claire Obscure Expedition 33, which is a RPG made in France. It's turn-based RPGs that what they say is heavily inspired by the games they grew up with. It's got a world map, like old school RPGs on the PS1, which I appreciate.
You remember?
Okay. So, I mean, yeah, he said it's based on his love of JRPGs growing up. So is this Chrono Trigger or is this Super Mario RPG?
Timing elements, so.
It actually, for some reason, I look at it and all I can think is that 360 RPG, the Hironobu Sakaguchi
Lost
one.
Odyssey?
Yeah, Lost Odyssey. It just looks that way.
I see that from
I
the
see it
camera
too.
angles in the
Yeah.
battle.
Yeah, that's why.
I
And
go
they
to
kind of
indie
ugly
game
look.
store. I go to indie game store. I ask, is this indie RPG Chrono Trigger or is it Super Mario RPG? Do not understand. I explain the difference between a game being Chrono Trigger and a game being Super Mario RPG.
It's a good indie RPG, sir.
You just get it home. It's both.
Some of the mechanics look neat. Apparently, each character is gonna have their own skills tree with special moves on it, and also have 100 different passive abilities you can equip individually.
So that way, when I successfully roll a critical and it's past the hour of midnight and it's against an elf, I will get a 5% buff to my damage output.
Hopefully, God, it's not that. Hopefully
Okay,
it's not.
no. If you make a video game where I can get bonus damage to elves after midnight, I will spend the rest of my life playing that game.
Hey, Aggro, what do you like about this? The elf genocide. Well, that's the last time I asked that question. So this is coming to Xbox Series, PC, PS5.
Yep, all of them.
Wow.
April 24th, so it's pretty close.
Which means it's on Game Pass, which means I get it for free, because that's what that means.
That's what that means.
That's what that means.
Yeah, I here's where I have to just decloak as a piece of shit. I'm sorry, everybody. Microsoft, you're releasing 3 of these 4 games are coming out within a 6-week span. I'm just going to get 1 month of Game Pass when Doom comes out and play all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is really weird.
And also Ninja Gaiden Black 2.
It's really weird that Microsoft, who doesn't have much of a lineup ever, is front-loading this year.
Yeah.
When Fable is allegedly delayed out of the year.
Technically, at least with Claire Obscura, they aren't publishing that or anything. They're just advertising.
Yeah, that's
that
not
here.
theirs.
Okay.
Yeah. But they
There
did
was-
get it on Game Pass.
There was one really encouraging thing in this segment where they were describing, how they've refreshed the genre with all their timing elements in combat.
Uh-huh.
And they said when they started playtesting that, everybody who liked turn-based games fucking hated it. So we've spent a lot of time rebalancing that, and we think we finally got it right.
Hey, as I keep saying, and every time I do, someone clutches their face screaming and falls to the ground like I threw acid on them. There are a lot of people who like turn-based games, not just more than action games, but to the exclusion of action games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't understand why, and spoilers, a lot of these arguments come from Final Fantasy guys who are really into 16 and the 7 remakes. And I'm like, guys, if you play Final Fantasy 14 at all, I guarantee you have met a person who says, I want to see the story, but I don't want to play an MMO. Why is I won't play an action game? Like, why can you not conceptualize of that one?
Because I'm very insecure.
I mean, many of those people also argue you on that point. Like, what do you mean you don't want to play an MMO? You basically don't even play.
Well, they don't. They don't. And they won't.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And they don't, they're the same hard-headed people to say that.
Like, people have preferences.
No.
No.
Everyone should be like me.
I feel I literally feel like there needs to, and this is industry wide. So we're now going beyond the veil of these myopic people that I'm talking about. It's like nobody makes simple 3D games anymore. Did you know that children, like people don't come out of the womb understanding how to control a character in a 3D space? Fucking Matt Piscatella in his he was like doing a bunch of breakdown shit on the industry this week on Blue Sky, and he's like, yeah, a lot of the hope for the industry is getting in more people over age 35, and I'm like, you're not getting any of those fucking people. Are you insane?
Over age 30?
Over, because everybody under is already in.
The growth potential for the industries for people old as fuck? Like what?
That is what they are hoping. Yes.
Are they high?
Is the Wii coming out?
What's happening?
What?
Because it's like, even if that was the case, it isn't happening with the modern big games. Like, if you hand a 45-year-old who never played a game before fucking Horizon Forbidden West, they're not going to know what the fuck to do.
Yeah, no.
Like I've made fun of Nintendo's that I think they only put this out in Europe and Australia, the how to control a video game DVD that came with Mario Galaxy. But guess what? They did that for a reason.
That's fucking insane. I've never heard a sentence more delusional than we're hoping the growth factor in video games is people over 35.
Yeah, no,
because those are the only people left who don't play games. There are nobody left. It's like I said when the Luigi shooting Bing Bing Wahoo happened. Saying this criminal played video games is a completely irrelevant statement now, because every single criminal from now on until the end of time will have played video games. It is now TV.
Yep. It's true. It was amazing that they tried to do that.
Like,
yeah, no, that was crazy.
Like, we need people making games as simple as Mario 64. We need people making games as simple as like Spyro. Like, people, it feels like if you've played games all your life, this is one of those like invisible things you can't perceive of, but it's like, imagine like knowing, oh, well, if I hit this button, it'll pause. Like, this is how the momentum of a jump will work. Like, all these things that you've internalized, a new person isn't gonna, and like, we're not making games for them.
Yeah. Well, again.
Except Nintendo, huh? I wonder if there's a reason why they're beating the shit out of everyone. You know what game isn't really that complex, but is full of cool shit? Luigi's Mansion 3.
And also Super Mario Odyssey.
God, yeah, that's so insane.
Yeah. Anyway, we said the release date on that?
April 24th.
Okay.
So pretty close. People seem excited. I don't know.
Next, we get to talk about Doom the Dark Ages. First bullet point, slower pace than Eternal. Wrong. I want it even faster than Eternal. I want it so fast that if I'm not actively drinking an energy drink, I won't be able to operate well enough to stay alive for 2 minutes.
Well, don't worry. They have a setting for that.
That's still not high enough. I saw that setting.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like it goes that fast.
That setting seems like it just gets it back to Eternal, to be perfectly honest.
We'll buy it on PC and wait until they make the slider longer.
The menu isn't even designed for it. It just looks broken.
I just see him talking to him like, why don't you just make the slider the same size and increase the speed?
No.
This slider
that's
goes
where
to 11.
No, this slider goes to 150% right here. So in order to go beyond that, it must go beyond that.
You need an ultra wide monitor to see the end of the slider.
Yes. Okay, Bob. You watched this whole thing. Aggro, you watched this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
It did seem to have an air of, we've changed it to address things people complained about was Eternal.
Yes.
So they talked about how it went back to strafing being more of a thing like you could do in older games. Like, they want to make it, they're trying to approach this as making it more like a traditional boomer shooter.
Doom 1 and 2. Yeah.
And they also even put a line in there about you can use it whatever weapon you want. Which kind of...
that was the biggest complaint everybody had about Doom Eternal, is that the ammo pool is so low, and I don't really think it conveyed the idea that like certain enemies just take significantly more damage from specific weapons than other weapons. Like Like it's literally a multiplier to the base damage that is hidden.
Yeah, and with Doom Eternal, it has the loop.
It does.
There is a hard-coded loop in that game. If you do not enjoy doing it, you will drop it. And let me tell you, being at MagFest, I talked to a lot of people who dropped it, apparently.
Yeah, like all the stuff they listed about Dark Ages is the stuff that I heard about Eternal that made me not even want to play it.
Oh, so all the things they listed about Dark Ages as being different, like the things that were the
Right, yeah, like this is all the stuff we changed from Eternal. Like, oh, cool, those are all the things I didn't like hearing about Eternal.
Like the Funko Pops. It's funny, people keep bringing up the Funko Pop shelf in Eternal.
Okay.
And I'm like, well, that's an evolution of the joke that was you go in the level and you get the tiny action figure in 2016.
Right.
So contextually, it was just another gag built off of that gag.
Yeah, I didn't realize people were upset about that.
People are dunking on it a lot.
Okay.
I'm very excited for whatever this game's version of that will be, because it probably won't have any precedence or context to build off of the prior games, because this takes place before 2016.
It'll be Green Crystal Ravens. Bob, tell me I'm not crazy. Tell me you smelled God of War Ragnarok on this game.
Green Crystal Ravens. Oh my. He's wearing a fur coat, Bob, so legally it's Norse.
The way that shield is used in combat screamed Leviathan Axe to me.
It did have some of
yeah.
that vibe, yeah.
No, that's
Yeah, for sure.
100%.
Yeah.
It seemed
God,
like
can you imagine how instantly washed this game would be if they reveal it as gear?
God.
Ooh.
Oof. It felt like they were about to, honestly.
Yeah, no,
'Cause they kept
everything else
going-
about this game kind of feels like it could lead into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going for the slower pace. They're going for that shield thing. They said a lot of the things were on one button and
They did.
all contextual action for it. So that really worries me. It's like, I
should.
don't know if I'm going to show this shield. It's going to do a parry or going to do a third thing, which they said. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know if it just wasn't on the screen because I couldn't read a UI differentiation for what he was doing with the one button.
I assume it will parry if something is coming at you, and it will not if nothing is coming at you. And if there's a purple circle around a thing you're looking at, you will do a different thing.
Yeah, but it's block, parry, and throw.
So
Yeah.
blocking, I assume, is holding.
Okay, probably.
And then parrying is probably
Like a quick tap.
a quick tap, or, something is approaching you and you tap it. Whereas throwing is probably just tap.
And weirdly, it seemed like you could only parry specific things, like certain colored of things you could parry, which is off-putting because that's something that
I think there were the attack is coming circles and enemies, and then the Cuphead, this one's a different color system.
Yeah. Just to be clear, me describing how I think it works does not mean I condone how it works. Just for anyone who doesn't understand the difference.
this is making me think of Prince of Persia: The Last Crown again because it also has a parry system.
It does.
But it starts introducing so many enemies that so constantly put out moves that cannot be parried. Like they have an indicator for that. Then I'm like, why is this here?
Yeah.
So I have to wonder how frustrating that'll be with this as well.
Yeah, there's a lot about this that I'm like, could be neat.
Yeah. I think the thing that puts me off the most is what they're doing with melee.
Really? Okay.
There's 3 different melee weapons. Cool. They
Yeah.
look neat. They no longer have glory kills as we know them in Doom Eternal, where you see a cool animation where he rips their head off or something. He just hits them with the mace. They fall back limply and then drop the ammo and health they would for the glory kill system.
Yeah.
Which seems really weak.
Yeah, I mean, the glory kill thing was like a really important part of the identity of New Doom. So I agree that it is disheartening to be like, oh.
It might still be good.
Yeah, see, that's interesting because while I get how cool the glory kills were before, you're absolutely right about that. The fact that it's not stopping the gameplay to do the animation is something I really appreciate.
But when the animations are 2.5 seconds at absolute longest, and you literally can move across space by doing the glory kill,
Right.
They felt like it was a flow state thing. So yeah,
I don't know. Doing like 3 of them in a row always felt kind of choppy to me.
Bob, are you playing this on a controller like a disgusting plebe? Oh wait, you are, because you have to have ray tracing capable GPU in order to play.
Yep.
But they're slowing it down.
I don't know
so much,
why
it'll
they
probably
did
be
that.
fine.
The what?
They're slowing it down so much, it'll probably be fine.
On a PC?
No.
Oh, on a controller.
on a
Okay,
controller.
I was like, you're like, I'm sure the game won't run, but I'll be.
It seems like
some. I mean, first of all, I bet somebody will this. This is so annoying. It has to run on the Series S. Series S can't do fucking ray tracing.
There are forms of existence that Series S owners are prepared to have.
Honestly, my plan, since spoilers, my fucking GPU can't run this either. Actually, I think it's on for minimum settings.
Yeah, I think you're
but I don't
very,
I
very.
want to do that.
It can run it. If you call what it's doing right now running.
Well, it's hey, the minimum requirements say that's for 1080 60.
Have you seen temporal AA at 1080p?
Oh, I didn't consider that. But my plan is to hope that Microsoft lets you use keyboard and mouse on Xbox.
They generally do in their games.
yeah, a lot of times that happens.
So
So I'll just do that.
cool.
Or if it's slow enough, I'll just use a controller. Thanks for giving me 3 $70 games for $20, Microsoft. Game Pass is such a great value to me, the dirtbag.
There's a section there where they address the music for literally a few seconds. Which this is a huge sore spot that they probably shouldn't have glazed over like this. Where they say, "Oh yeah, we're using the group called Finishing Move. They're really great." So I went and looked up what Finishing Move was.
Yeah.
They did the soundtracks for Borderlands 3, the Callisto Protocol, Grounded, Crackdown 3,
And
Microsoft Flight
Sim.
Sim, like the last couple versions. And the whole, but a huge, you could go look at their website. It's all on there. And none of them are even remotely metal.
Yeah. I'll be honest, out of everything in the trailer so far, the thing I'm most overtly all moments drowning in, I do not like this compared to the past 2 Doom games, is the soundtrack. Because it doesn't hit anywhere near the same level. You know, Mick Gordon's kind of an 11 out of 10 composer. I don't think
important
it's
to the identity of New Doom.
It is.
I would say
100%. That is the thing that honestly is a little off-putting. The weird thing is they said Andrew Holschult, like he composed the music for the trailer last year.
Oh yeah,
and he's not the composer on the game.
Weird, because he's a DLC guy, right?
Yeah, he did the DLC for Doom Eternal, and then he did the trailer for this. So it's really weird when there was a hard pivot. People were making jokes. I can't remember if this was at MagFest or in the last Seahorses chat of like, motherfucker looked at it and went, wait a second, I'm a composer working on Doom and I have 2 things I've done for them. Maybe don't stick around to get fucked on the second whole game.
Or maybe it's literally like it might literally be that trailer song was an unused song from the DLC. He won't work with them.
That is entirely possible.
Because Andrew Holschult has done all kinds of music for boomer shooters, and I think they threw in a soundtrack he made for Doom in that update to the to like the 1 and 2, like the version that has Night Dive involved with it, that has that new expansion Legacy or Rust. Like I think they're like, yeah, Andrew Holschult made a version of the Doom soundtrack, throw that in there. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's like, fuck you guys.
Yeah, they really fucked over Mick Gordon. It's not like he would have known in time for the DLC at least, but anyway.
Yeah.
These weapons at least themselves look cool.
Yeah,
The
for
melee
sure.
weapons.
The melee weapons and the new guns look pretty cool too.
I feel weird about the new guns because all the guns they showed were like BFG tier. And I'm like, your game shouldn't have this many gigantic
But if we're going to have gigantic play fields, I guess that's what we're doing.
That's the thing. Like, I'd much rather run 1,000,000 miles an hour with 2 double barrel shotguns than have, here's the big blue metal BFG, and then here's a chain gun mini. Like, it just, to me, I was like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure yet.
The way the structure to the level they showed was really worrying for sure. Like, oh yeah, you see this cutscene and then you go out into this giant field and then you come back and I'm like, okay, that doesn't sound fun, but maybe it is.
It could be cool in the moment.
It could be.
This is possibly the most up in the air a Microsoft title has been up to launch.
Isn't it exciting?
It is, legitimately.
Oh yeah, they also showed the new vehicles. There's a big Mac you can pilot and
Please. You've been waiting 2 whole games to pilot this mech is a thing they say in the developer
They
direct.
do for some reason. Like, I saw it in those levels. I never saw, I want to pilot that, but I guess they did.
At no point was I like, I hope they make this playable because I played the end of Doom Eternal. I played the final boss of Doom Eternal. I've played Resistance 2. I'm good. I'm fine, actually. I don't need that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
As someone who likes mechs, I don't understand.
That was the most worrying part of the entire thing, because it's like, oh, it's this big epic thing. I'm like, why are you showing me this? Don't show me this. I want to be excited by this. This doesn't look good. You shouldn't be showing me this.
Yes. Yeah, it does feel like one of those things that could be one really cool moment in the story, but instead they just show you kind of laboriously punching dudes.
Which kind of makes it feel like, how many times am I going to do this?
I know, right?
Yeah.
I should not be thinking of playing as Giant Clank fighting stuff in a city set when you're showing me this.
You know, they should prove all the suspicions that it's like Hexen by just making most of the game looking for a tiny, easily missed switch that does something and you don't know what it does.
In a gigantic open field. Wow. I don't know.
And then the flying dragon thing too, of like, how much are we going to be doing that? Because that also looked like sub Halo 2 flying sequence stuff.
I liked how the dragon looked in the cutscene.
Oh yeah, the dragon's cool design.
He's a great. Keep the mechs and dragons in the cutscenes. I don't need to play on them. This is as someone who loves both of those things. It's just like, I don't know.
It's a very different skill set.
Maybe when I play the game, I'll understand.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. This game, though, the trailer for it, the stuff they showed, was the most. We have a hodgepodge of ideas we've all shoved into this game that I've seen in a very long time.
Yes, which is kind of interesting.
It is.
I'm excited to see how it goes, but I don't know if I want to be there on day one. But we might have to be.
I have to be there on day one, it turns out.
Yeah, honestly, for me, no matter how it turns out, I'm glad it looks like they took a swing at something instead of just trying to make Eternal again.
Yeah, I didn't want them to make Eternal again. In fact, frankly, the happiest I would be if it wasn't called Doom.
Yeah, no, if they just
literally changed IPs to Quake or Hexen or Heretic or anything else, that would have been fresh and interesting. And I know that there's this fascination for like, well, in Eternal, you heard about the Doomslayer during this era. And I'm like, yeah, and that was cool when I heard about it.
Right. Like, that's the thing.
I'm good.
So many things they don't understand. Hearing about it is really cool and builds out lore. Seeing it is a different story. Like, when Furiosa came out, it was like, this sucks, but everything happening in it is technically cool when I heard about it in Fury Road. And it's like, you didn't need to go ruin it. My imagination fills in those gaps.
Again, a wholly new Mad Max thing would have been much better because Furiosa's awesome. And Furiosa could have been in that wholly new thing, but it being a prequel about the things.
Yeah, this does feel like, to an extent, and we'll have to see when we actually get the game. Like, it feels like a little bit like well, Hexen isn't as well known as Doom. Like, Hexen and Heretic aren't as well, so we can't make it. Even though we could make that like, as we've proven, as we've seen multiple times. If you make a really great game everybody likes, people pay attention to whatever the fuck you do next.
Kind of had a lot
even if they didn't
for the last
before.
two games.
Yeah, no, plenty of people liked Eternal.
Yeah,
they could have done whatever. They're id.
Yeah,
they would have been fine. No one remembers Rage.
No.
Or did it make Rage 2?
No. That was.
I'm pretty sure that
did?
musician with the bleeding nose made it. Yeah, it's just that guy. It's just the DJ guy.
Andrew WK.
Yeah, he made the whole game.
It seems like it was Avalanche, so that just caused people. Hey, where the fuck's their Contraband game?
I don't know. That was announced at the launch of the Xbox again.
I'm so tired of this. No, I think it was 2021.
Bob, this is the worst part of the job.
Yeah.
Hey,
it was 2021, yeah.
Hey, you all remember when they showed that? And I was pissed that year, and a bunch of people, some of which very close to me, were like, why are you so tired of Microsoft showing CG trailers with no dates? Here we are 4 years later.
Ta-da!
I want legal permission from the United States government to slap each and every one of them. Spiffs keeps saying, I need to go to Washington, D.C. to the Department of Being Correct and collect my check already.
Yeah, we gotta go to that waiting room from South Park where it's like, we're here from the internet to get our money.
Yes. Oh man. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna be there on day one because apparently, the Last Seahorse and I, assuming the Last Seahorse gets a free copy, which I have Game Pass, I get it for free.
Obviously.
We will be doing a fun stream where we check out the game and see what it's like and how the mechanics work and just sort of talk our way through it. And Seahorse is a very adamant Doom fan, did not like Eternal, but liked 2016.
Okay.
And I'm interested in them moving the movement speed up on this for strafing to be practical again, because I think that's like you look at the boomer shooter market, everyone runs 100 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
People want that. That feels good. It's cool.
Right.
It does. Although I liked having the dash. I thought that was cool.
The dash is cool.
It makes having a multi-button mouse a lot more useful.
Sure fucking does. Was it Doom Eternal was the last time I bought a AAA PC game at launch because it broke
Yeah, it
in
did.
a few different ways, and then
So exciting.
updating the game drivers so that way the game would work would break our studio software for streaming and video editing.
Oh
Everyone
yeah,
should
I
be
remember
excited
that.
for,
Man, PC gaming is so awesome.
It's
Yeah.
so base.
Yeah, no, so excited for that week of everything else besides Doom that we do on the channel.
Uh-huh.
How that'll go.
How that'll go great. No problems. Oh, not relevant to Doom, but PC gaming. We did get benchmarks on that new version of DLSS versus the old version and
Okay.
how it makes it look better. I have a 4090. I'm fine. Get fucked, 2000 series owners. And
Yeah, of
3000
course.
series owners to a lesser extent.
God, of course.
Because it's a harder to run algorithm.
Uh-huh.
For people who don't know, this is the version of DLSS with a transformer-based model instead of CNN. The part I don't like that they did not talk about at launch,
Okay.
when they announced this, rather, because it launched today.
Mm.
The games have to be whitelisted to let you tell it which model to use. And I'm like, oh, that's worthless.
Yeah, no, that means it won't just be on everything, so what's the matter?
Is there any way to hack these games to make them pretend they're whitelisted?
Maybe.
That's what I want to know. Anyway, did anyone have anything else they wanted to say about Doom: The Dark Ages?
It's out May 15th. I don't think we covered that yet. Of course, it's on PS5, PC, and Xbox Series.
So obviously, for this review, I will be playing the Series S version. I'm going to go out and get a Series S just for this. What version are you going to play, Bob?
I guess I'll play the Series X version.
We're not going to be able to Game Pass into both.
Well, I'll have to buy my own Game Pass because I don't want to spend $70 in this game that's probably going to suck. I mean, it's going to be great. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I in my most pessimistic, I don't think this game is gonna suck.
I'm really worried about the music front. Completely
Yeah,
honestly.
That could potentially be bad.
What if
like-
you mute the game soundtrack and just start playing
and play
Eternal?
Megadeth.
I think even the Doom Eternal DLC music is bad compared to the regular soundtrack. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
No disrespect that composer. I don't know him at all.
Yeah.
I did not enjoy that soundtrack at all.
Yeah, I didn't play the DLC. I have no takes on this. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
That soundtrack's the most concerning part for me because it's everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
The mech segment will end. The dragons will end. The music is eternal.
And this is the first one completely under Microsoft. So
Yes.
it might just be complete. Like, we could be seeing the outer shell. They're showing us this level is done. And that's all we can look at. Everything else is going to be even remotely done.
It's like puzzling places. You turn it upside down. It's untextured, uncolored,
Yes.
completely hollow. Whoa. Hold on.
Wow.
I mean, I'm worried that it's like, was the footage at 60? Well, it would have been PC
Yeah.
footage, so it doesn't matter.
It's out there. It's 60.
It better be 60 on console.
Except for Series S.
Yeah, that one's not real.
Except for Series S. Who gives a shit? It's not real. I mean, technically, it's the majority of their fucking sales.
Right? It's
but,
80% of their fucking install base.
I get the impression this is probably going to end up being one of those games for a lot of people where there's stuff in it that you really like, and maybe or maybe not that is enough to get you through the stuff that you don't like. For me specifically, I'm wondering how much heavy lifting that gun where you get to watch a skull get tumbled into a crusher to spit out bits is going to be able to do, because that's powerful imagery.
It is. It's really fucking good. That's my favorite gun from it for sure.
Mm-hmm. I forget. Was there a stake gun that was?
Railroad spikes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like a nail gun strip of railroad spikes.
That's literally like a painkiller gun. So that's pretty cool.
I mean, the painkiller literally has the stake gun that
Right.
would pin enemies to walls.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we're good. We can end the podcast.
Okay.
Is this right?
Unless something
so,
horrible
yeah.
happened. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're still allowed to end the podcast if something horrible
That's
happens.
true.
I think that's the audience's problem at that point. Why didn't they talk about Herman Hulst exploding? And we're like, no, that was good news.
He didn't.
Damn it. Why didn't they talk about the fact that 5 seconds before they ended the podcast, 300 people were fired? Well, it was 5 seconds before we ended the podcast.
Look, I'll check the spreadsheet that catalogs all industry layoffs right now.
Don't do that. No. Don't do that. I'm ending. We're ending the podcast. Fucking Gimmick 1 and 2 flop swaps tomorrow. For people who don't know, Gimmick is a legendary late Famicom title with amazing music, and Gimmick 2 is some soulless cash-in made by some people without the original creator knowing really recently, with the David Wise cover of a song for the original that no one likes, and the rest of the soundtrack I hear is even worse. Chris, do you have anything going on the weekend?
Yes. Next week I will return to streaming. We're gonna stream some indie games, and then on the weekend we will return to streaming something that I've already. Here's a hint: next Saturday, not the upcoming Saturday, but next Saturday, I will be streaming a new version of a game I have streamed before. The version is not recent, but it is a different version from what I streamed before, and it is important that people never forget this game and always remember what it did to you.
I have an idea, but that last bit's throwing me a bit. But I'm going to ask him off air, because I would hate to spoil it.
Right. Yeah. You don't want to do that.
Anyways, that's it for Big Thing to Mention. See you all later. One moment. Thank you very much for listening to this episode of Big Thing to Mention. Big Thing to Mention is literally only possible because of you and your support over at patreon.com/GigaBoots, where you can get access to Gamer Premonitions Extras, Armchair Devs Extras. You can listen to us talk about Rumble in the Bronx soon. Please be excited. That's patreon.com/GB Podcast. Thank you all so much for the support. Take care.